Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Lexi. The cursor blinks at me, a tiny rhythmic taunt in the sea of bracketed chaos on my screen. It's 1:37 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I'm in a deeply committed, borderline toxic relationship with a stubborn block of JavaScript. The code is supposed to be the beating heart of Nexus's user interface, the elegant, intuitive architecture that will make my dating app feel less like a meat market and more like a conversation with a very perceptive friend. Right now, it feels more like a cardiac arrest. My apartment, usually a sanctuary of organized creativity, is a testament to the slow unraveling of my sanity. A graveyard of lukewarm coffee mugs crowds my desk. A whiteboard covered in frantic, color-coded flowcharts leans against the exposed brick wall of my Brooklyn loft. My hair, a collection of natural curls I usually take pride in, is piled into a pineapple-like structure atop my head, secured by a pin I lost 3 hours ago. This is my life. A loop of code, caffeine, and the quiet, humming ambition that keeps me awake more than either of them. Nexus isn't just an app. It's my thesis on modern connection. My rebuttal to a tech world that consistently underestimates women who look like me. It's every dismissive comment from my last boyfriend. Another little project, Lex? Cute. Molded into fuel. I'm so close to having a viable beta, so close to proving him and a dozen smirking venture capitalists wrong, that I can taste it. It tastes a lot like stale pizza and day-old espresso. The sudden, aggressive buzz of my building's intercom slices through the silence. My heart jolts, a jolt of pure, unadulterated annoyance. No one comes over unannounced. My circle is small, and they know the rules. Text first, or face the wrath of a coder interrupted. "Who is it?" I grumble into the speaker, my voice raspy. "It's your fairy godmother," a voice sings back, impossibly cheerful. "And I come bearing pad thai and a public service announcement for your love life." Agnes. Of course. I press the button to unlock the lobby door, a smile finally cracking the tense set of my mouth. A moment later, she breezes into my apartment, a whirlwind of vibrant color and intoxicating energy that immediately makes my gray-scaled existence feel, well, gray. She drops 2 brown paper bags on my kitchen island, the smell of peanuts, lime, and chili filling the air. "Lexi Harris, I swear," she says, shaking her head as she takes in the scene. She plucks the pen from my hair with the delicate precision of a bomb disposal expert. "You look like you've been personally victimized by a stack of textbooks. You need to get out of this code cave." I'm in the zone, I lie, stretching until my spine pops in 3 distinct places. The zone is a delicate ecosystem. The zone is turning you into a tech golem. "You're starting to mutter about your precious," she says, unpacking containers of noodles, spring rolls, and a mango sticky rice I already know will be transcendent. She pushes a container toward me. "Eat, then we talk." We eat on my worn velvet couch, the city lights of downtown Brooklyn twinkling through my floor-to-ceiling windows. For a few minutes, there's only the comfortable silence of old friendship and the satisfying sound of noodles being devoured. Agnes has been my ride or die since we were dorm mates in college. The one person who saw my ambition not as a threat, but as a superpower. She's a brilliant graphic designer who created the sleek, beautiful logo for Nexus. She's also the self-appointed CEO of my personal life. Okay, she says after polishing off her spring roll. The PSA. I brace myself. Let me guess. I need more sleep, less caffeine, and a vegetable that didn't come from a can. All true, but that's not it, she says, her expression turning serious, which is always a red flag. I was doing some opposition research today. My interest perks. Oh yeah? What did you find on the new Aura update? I heard they're trying to integrate video prompts, but the user feedback is a dumpster fire. Forget Aura, she says, waving a dismissive hand. I'm talking about your opposition, the forces actively opposing your ability to get laid. I groan, letting my head fall back against the couch cushions. Agnes, not this again. I don't have time to date. My app, the one designed to help other people date, is my partner. It's demanding, emotionally draining, and keeps me up all night. See? A perfect relationship. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard, she says flatly. You're building an empire based on human connection, but you're completely isolating yourself. Don't you see the irony? It's practically a Shakespearean tragedy. She leans forward, her eyes gleaming with the fervor of a zealot. So I have a proposal. Frame it as market research. I narrow my eyes. What kind of market research? You need to get on Spark, just for a week, she says, naming the most popular and, in my opinion, most soulless dating app on the market. You need to see what the competition is doing right, what they're doing wrong. Experience the user journey from the other side. You can't design a better system if you don't understand the misery you're saving people from. It's a good point. A dangerously, seductively good point. She's weaponizing my work ethic against me, and it's working. Still, I resist. The idea of putting myself out there, of crafting a profile, of engaging in the cringeworthy dance of small talk. It makes my skin crawl. The ghost of my ex, Daniel, whispers in my ear, his condescending tone perfectly preserved in my memory. You really think anyone wants to hear about your coding projects on a date? I don't know, I hedge. It feels distracting. It's 1 week, Lex. 1. Get on there. Swipe around. Maybe go for one drink with one guy who doesn't have a fish in his profile picture. Consider it a data gathering expedition for the good of Nexus. She delivers the last line with a flourish, knowing she's cornered me. I let out a long, suffering sigh. Fine, 1 week, and you owe me for this. Big time, like firstborn child big time. Her grin is triumphant. Deal. Now, let's build you a profile. 20 minutes later, we're hunched over my phone, scrolling through my camera roll. Agnes art directs the process with military precision, vetoing selfies with bad lighting and candid shots where I look, in her words, adorably stressed. We settle on 5 pictures. One of me laughing at an outdoor brunch, my curls catching the sunlight. One of me at a tech conference, looking focused and professional. A goofy one of me covered in flour from a failed baking attempt. A full-body shot in a killer dress at a friend's wedding. And the star on my wrist, a small tattoo from a spontaneous college trip, is visible in one of them. Then comes the bio. I want to write something pragmatic. Software developer building a better way to connect. Beta testers welcome. Agnes physically smacks the phone out of my hand. Absolutely not. You sound like you're hiring, not dating. We need wit. We need intrigue. We need to make them forget they're on an app that reduces them to a trading card. We workshop it, the process feeling more like drafting a high-stakes pitch than looking for a date. We finally land on something that feels like me. Fluent in Python, sarcasm, and the language of late-night takeout. Trying to build something great. Might be convinced to take a break for good conversation and better cocktails. Perfect, Agnes declares, handing the phone back. Now for the fun part. Let the swiping begin. The next 10 minutes are a blur of digital humanity that reaffirms all my cynicism. There's Chad, 29, whose entire personality appears to be a CrossFit gym. There's Ben, 32, holding up a massive deceased fish with a vacant expression that matches the fish's. There are countless men in group photos, forcing me into a game of guess who. I didn't sign up for. I swipe left, 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 my thumb moving on autopilot. It's a mindless, depressing parade of performative masculinity. This is why Nexus will win. I mutter, more to myself than to Agnes. We're programming out the fish pics. Keep the faith, she says, peering over my shoulder. There has to be one diamond in this sea of cubic zirconia. And then, I see him. The algorithm serves up Ethan Clark, 31. The first photo is a professional headshot. He's handsome in a clean-cut, annoyingly symmetrical way. Strong jaw, perfect teeth, dark hair expertly styled. He's wearing a tailored navy suit that probably cost more than my rent. His bio is succinct. Lawyer, marathon runner, believer in ambition and Oxford commas. He's the human equivalent of a luxury sedan, polished, reliable, and completely devoid of any surprising features. He's safe. After Daniel, who made a mockery of my dreams, safe feels like a revolutionary concept. There are no fish, no gym selfies, no mystery friends. It's all right there. He's a known quantity. Ooh, he's fancy, Agnes purrs, tapping the screen. A lawyer. He could sue the fish guys for false advertising. He's clean, I say, the word tasting bland in my mouth. He's the kind of man I'm supposed to want, the kind my parents would love. He's everything my ex wasn't. Established, serious, successful. He's also probably boring as hell. But this is for research, I remind myself. I swipe right. A garish animation explodes on the screen. It's a match. My stomach does a weird little flip. Agnes squeals, startling my cat, who shoots out from under the couch. Okay, you have to message him, she insists. The ball is in your court. Don't say hey. Hey is a conversation killer. My fingers hover over the keyboard. What do you say to a man whose profile is as curated as a museum exhibit? All my usual go-to lines, sarcastic, nerdy, a little weird, feel wrong. He looks like a guy who wouldn't find a syntax joke funny. I have to match his energy. Professional, a little clever, but not too clever. I type, delete, and type again. The pressure feels ridiculous. It's just a dating app. It's not a pitch, but my heart is starting to hammer against my ribs, a frantic, unwilling participant in this charade. This is what it feels like for my users, I realize. This tiny, terrifying moment of digital vulnerability. I settle on something. It's a little bold, a little playful, a direct challenge to the polished veneer of his profile. I type the words. Your profile looks like it was curated by a PR firm. Tell me one genuine, unlitigated thing about yourself. My thumb presses the cool glass, just shy of the icon. This is stupid. He's not going to answer. He's probably matching with hundreds of women who are sending him heart emojis. I'm just one more notification he'll clear without a second thought. Do it, Agnes whispers, like she's coaching me through defusing a bomb. I take a breath. I press send. The message shoots off into the ether, a tiny paper airplane of digital code, carrying a question for a man I don't know. I toss my phone onto the couch as if it's on fire, a sudden wave of exposure washing over me. I've stepped out of my carefully controlled world of code and into the chaotic, unpredictable realm of other people. For the very first time all night, I'm not thinking about Nexus. I'm thinking about a man with a perfect smile and a boring bio, and I can't decide if the knot in my stomach is dread or a flicker of something I haven't felt in a very long time. curiosity.
Chapter 2. Liam. The noise in this place is a physical thing. It's a low, thrumming beast made of forced laughter, clinking glasses, and the kind of self-important conversations that bounce off the reclaimed wood walls without ever really landing. I'm nursing a craft beer, an IPA with a pretentious name and an even more pretentious backstory about hops grown by Tibetan monks, probably, and watching my best friend Ethan Clark hold court. This is our Tuesday night ritual. He closes a big deal or wins a motion, and we come here to a bar in the meatpacking district where the cocktails have more ingredients than my last grocery run. For Ethan, it's a victory lap. For me, it's a spectator sport. He's a natural phenomenon, Ethan. People orbit him. Right now, 2 associates from his firm and a woman whose dress looks like it was painted on are hanging on his every word as he recounts the final moments of today's courtroom victory. His teeth flash under the Edison bulbs. His hands cut through the air, shaping a story that gets better with every telling. I've heard this one 3 times already, and the opposing counsel gets dumber with each rendition. I take a long pull of my beer, the bitter taste a welcome distraction. It's not jealousy, not anymore. Growing up as the quiet, gangly kid next to the golden boy quarterback cures you of that. It's more like weariness, a bone-deep fatigue from playing my part, the loyal best friend, the sardonic sidekick, the reliable shadow that makes the man in the spotlight look even brighter. "You're quiet tonight, West," Ethan says, turning his megawatt charm on me for a moment. The circle of admirers turns with him, their eyes flicking to me with mild, uninvested curiosity. "Big day staring at spreadsheets?" "Riveting stuff," I say, my voice flat. "I'm a financial analyst, the numbers guy who makes sure the rich guys Ethan works for stay rich. It's a good living, but it doesn't make for a good story over $300 cocktails." "Someone has to do the math behind your dramatic speeches." Ethan laughs, a loud, easy sound that makes the woman in the painted-on dress giggle. "Exactly. That's why I keep you around." He claps me on the shoulder, a gesture that's meant to be inclusive but feels more like a branding. He's with me. The conversation flows away from me as quickly as it came, back to Ethan's triumphs. I fade back into the comfortable anonymity of the background, scrolling through my phone. My own notifications are a barren wasteland. A news alert, an email from my building's management, a text from my sister about my nephew's upcoming birthday. It's the digital equivalent of a quiet suburban street. Then Ethan's phone starts buzzing incessantly on the bar top. He picks it up, a faint, bored smile on his lips as he unlocks it. "The fruits of my labor," he says to his audience, flashing the screen which is lit up with notifications from Spark. He sinks into the bar stool next to me, momentarily dismissing his fans to engage in his other favorite pastime, swiping. It's a game to him, a way to pass the time between conquests. He scrolls through profiles with the detached air of a king surveying potential court jesters. His thumb moves left, left, right, left, each flick a casual judgment. God, the effort some of these women put in, he mutters, more to himself than to me. But I'm listening. I'm always listening. Look at this one. He turns the phone toward me. It's a message, not a profile. My eyes scan the text, and something inside me shifts. "Your profile looks like it was curated by a PR firm. Tell me one genuine, unlitigated thing about yourself." I feel a smirk tugging at my own lips before I can stop it. It's clever, sharp. It's a playful jab that slices right through the nonsense of his perfectly manicured profile. A profile I helped him write, I remember with a grimace. I chose the photos that made him look successful but approachable, the bio that made him sound ambitious but not arrogant. It's a masterpiece of nonsense, and this woman, Lexi, called it out on the first try. "What's wrong with that?" I ask, genuinely curious. "It's better than hay." Ethan scoffs, the sound laced with the easy arrogance of a man who has never had to try. "It's too much. It's a job interview. I'm not looking for a deposition. I'm looking for a date. He thumbs through her pictures. I catch a glimpse of a woman with a cascade of dark curls, a laugh that looks real, and intelligent eyes that seem to hold a challenge. She's beautiful, but it's the light in her eyes that holds my attention. It's the same light I saw in her words. She's trying too hard, he concludes, his thumb hovering over the conversation. I'm deleting it. And that's what does it. The casual, thoughtless dismissal. He's about to erase this spark of wit, this flash of a real personality, because it requires more than a one-word answer. He gets messages like this from smart, funny, beautiful women, and he treats them like spam. It's a waste. A goddamn waste. Before I even register my own intention, my hand shoots out and closes over his phone. Whoa, what's with you? Ethan asks, surprised, but he lets go easily. Don't be a jerk, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. She's just trying to start a real conversation. And I'm trying to avoid one, he says, already turning back to the associate who is now touching his arm. He's forgotten about the woman already. He's moved on. But I haven't. I'm holding his phone, her message glowing on the screen. It feels like a small, live thing in my hand. A little act of rebellion against the vapid, predictable script of our lives. I should just lock the phone and put it down. I should slide it back to Ethan and order another overpriced beer. I don't. My thumbs, acting of their own accord, fly across the keyboard. I don't think about it. I just react. I match her tone. I take the game she started and I volley it back. It's a reflex honed by years of using sarcasm as a shield. I'm not trying to be Ethan. I'm not even really trying to be me. I'm just playing. I write. My PR firm is advising me to plead the fifth. They also said to ask for your credentials before disclosing any privileged information. It's a deflection, not an answer. It's a lawyerly joke, fitting for the profile she's looking at. But the sarcasm, the slight edge of playful hostility, that's all me. My thumb settled over the send button. This is a stupid, reckless, and incredibly childish thing to do. It's identity theft on a very, very small scale. It's a lie. But it's also the most interesting thing that's happened to me all week. Ethan is laughing again, his head thrown back. He's already forgotten the phone, the message, the woman with the intelligent eyes. I press send. The little blue bubble pops up on the screen, a confirmation of my transgression. I quickly navigate back to his home screen and place the phone face down on the bar, a faint tremor in my hand. No one saw. No one knows. It's a secret that exists only between me and a stranger, a lie sent from a borrowed phone in a noisy bar. I pick up my beer and drain the last of it. The bitterness coats my tongue. Across the bar, Ethan catches my eye and raises his glass in a toast. I lift my empty one in return, a hollow gesture. He's toasting another victory, another successful performance. And I'm sitting here, having just committed a tiny, reckless act of fraud, wondering what the hell I just started.
Chapter 3. Lexi. I wake up with the ghost of a syntax error chasing me out of a dream. For a solid 10 seconds, I lie perfectly still, staring at the dust motes dancing in the slice of morning sun cutting through my window, my brain already trying to untangle the logic knot in my Nexus code. It's the same bug that had me wanting to throw my laptop out this very window last night. The user preference algorithm is misfiring, a digital hiccup that could suggest a cat-loving vegan to a dog-obsessed butcher. It's a fatal flaw, and it's mocking me. With a groan, I roll over, my body stiff from sleeping in a position better suited to a pretzel than a human. The events of last night with Agnes feel hazy, a fever dream of pad thai and bad dating profiles. Then I see my phone on the nightstand, and the memory comes rushing back in sharp, embarrassing detail. Ethan Clark, the lawyer, the message. Oh God. I sent a message that was basically the digital equivalent of walking up to a stranger and asking him to prove he has a personality. Mortification, hot and swift, washes over me. It was a stupid, impulsive move, fueled by sleep deprivation and my best friend's meddling. He definitely saw it, had a quiet laugh at my expense with his equally polished friends, and deleted the conversation. I'm sure of it. Fine. It was an experiment. Data gathered. Some men are so boringly perfect, they short-circuit my common sense. I resolved to forget the whole thing, delete the Spark app, and get back to the only flawed man I need in my life. My buggy algorithm. I'm halfway through a cup of coffee that's strong enough to dissolve steel when my phone buzzes on the kitchen counter. I ignore it. It's probably a news alert about the world ending. Some days, that feels like a mercy. It buzzes again. A Slack notification from my freelance UX designer, most likely. I'll get to it. I need to conquer this code first. But the phone and the tiny traitorous flicker of curiosity in my gut are persistent. Wiping my hands on my sweats, I give in, snatching it off the counter. It's not the news. It's not Slack. It's a notification from Spark. My breath hitches. My thumb hovers over the alert, a ridiculous frantic energy buzzing just under my skin. I open the app. There it is. A message bubble sitting innocently under the name Ethan Clark. I click on it, my heart doing a strange percussive rhythm against my ribs. I brace myself for a polite rejection or a smarmy one-liner. What I get is neither. My PR firm is advising me to plead the fifth. They also said to ask for your credentials before disclosing any privileged information. I read it once, then twice. A slow smile spreads across my face, an involuntary, genuine thing. This isn't the smooth, charming response I'd expected from the man in the Navy suit. There's no easy flattery, no attempt to disarm me with a compliment. It's a shield, a witty, sarcastic deflection that meets my challenge and raises the stakes. It's sharp, it's funny, and beneath the humor, there's a distinct note of grumpiness, a world-weary sigh translated into text. The dissonance is immediate and exhilarating. The man in the photos is a perfectly tailored final product. This message feels like a rough draft, full of personality and scribbled notes in the margins. It doesn't compute, and my brain, the part of it that isn't consumed by code, loves nothing more than a puzzle. I fired off a reply, each tap a miniature explosion, the earlier mortification replaced by a jolt of competitive energy. He wants to play? Let's play. Credentials. BS in computer science. MS in overthinking things. Your turn. I'm filing a motion to compel a response. I hit send, a thrill arcing through me. This is so much better than the usual dating app drudgery. This is a game of verbal tennis, and he just served a perfect ace. I put the phone down and turned back to my laptop, feeling strangely energized. The blinking cursor on the screen seems less menacing now. I dive back into the algorithm, but my focus is split. Half of my brain is tracing lines of code, and the other half is waiting. The reply comes 15 minutes later, just as I'm starting to feel the familiar tendrils of frustration creep in. Motion denied. You lack standing. Also, my overthinking credentials far exceed yours. I'm the Bar Association champion. I actually laugh. A real, out-loud bark of a laugh that startles my cat. He's not just playing along. He's good at this. He's building on the joke, creating a ridiculous shared universe for the two of us. The tension in my shoulders loosens. For the first time all morning, the bug in my code doesn't feel like an insurmountable beast. It just feels like a problem waiting for a solution. I lean back in my chair, tapping my lip. How to respond? He's arrogant, this one. The Bar Association champion? Please. Sounds like grounds for a class action lawsuit. The Association of Anxious Overthinkers versus Polished Profiles. I'm confident we'd win. Public opinion is on our side. The back and forth continues all day, a steady, thrilling rhythm underneath the frustrating cadence of my work. It's the perfect distraction. Every time I hit a wall with my code, my phone buzzes with another dry, witty message. Him, you're assuming I have a polished profile? I could be a figment of your imagination, or a highly intelligent golden retriever who learned how to use a phone. Me. A golden retriever would have mentioned his love for long walks on the beach. Your profile has 0 cliches. It's suspiciously clean. Him. Suspicion is not grounds for discovery, counselor. You need probable cause. I find myself smiling like an idiot at my screen. A text from Agnes flashes at the top of my screen. So, did Mr. Perfect Lawyer ghost you or what? I send her screenshots of the conversation. Her reply is immediate. Who is this man? He does not sound like he looks. This is way too funny for a guy who wears a suit that costs more than my car. I'm officially invested. Me too, I think. With a jolt. Me too. Sometime around 3 in the afternoon, fueled by my 4th coffee and the lingering high of our banter, I have a breakthrough. I'm staring at his last message, something about needing a signed retainer before he'd reveal his favorite pizza topping, when it hits me. The problem isn't in the core algorithm, it's in the data validation layer. I'm checking for user input after the logic has already run, not before. It's a rookie mistake. A blind spot created by staring at the same problem for too long. I fire off a reply, a furious, joyful clatter. I rewrite the function, reorder the sequence, and run the test script. It works. The test results scroll by, line after line of green text. Success. I lean back, a wave of profound relief washing over me. I've been wrestling with this for days. All it took was a little distance, a mental break provided by a man who might be a golden retriever. I grab my phone to text him, to tell him, what? That his sarcastic repartee somehow fixed my code? That feels a little insane. Instead, I just reread our conversation, a warm feeling spreading through my chest. As the day winds down, the playful energy between us shifts, just slightly. The jokes are still there, but they feel more familiar, less like a performance. The sun is setting, painting my apartment in hues of orange and pink, and my phone buzzes one last time. I expect another legal-themed joke, but the message is different. Okay, counselor, truce. My real, unlitigated answer. I hate cilantro. It tastes like soap. Your turn. No objections allowed. I stare at the words, my breath caught in my throat. It's so simple, so mundane, but after a day of elaborate, witty armor, it feels shockingly intimate. He's waving a white flag. He's giving me one small, genuine piece of himself, and now he's asking for one in return. The game is over. He's just changed the rules. I look at the blinking cursor in the message box. My arsenal of clever comebacks suddenly useless. What should I say? What's the right answer? I have no idea what to write.
Chapter 4. Liam. Saturday. In my apartment, the only sound is the gentle crackle and pop of a vinyl record, an old jazz pianist my father loved. It's my weekend ritual. Coffee, music, and the quiet comfort of a space where everything is exactly as I want it. The books on my shelves are ordered by the author. The mugs in my cupboard are aligned by the handle. It's a controlled, predictable world. It's a safe one. Then there's the burner phone on my coffee table. I spent all of yesterday, a long, empty Friday, trying to forget about it. I told myself it was a stupid, momentary lapse in judgment. But the memory of her words, the sharp, intelligent wit that cut through the usual dating app noise, has been a persistent hum under the surface of my thoughts. With a sigh that feels heavier than it should, I pick it up. One look. That's all. I just need to see. Her reply from yesterday is waiting. Credentials. BS in computer science, MS in overthinking things. Your turn. I'm filing a motion to compel a response. A smile tugs at my lips. It's the kind of smile that feels foreign, like I'm using muscles that have been dormant for years. She didn't back down. My attempt to hide behind a wall of sarcasm was met with her scaling the wall and asking to see my permits. My fingers find the screen, my earlier resolve melting away. The lie is easy to slip back into, comfortable as a worn-out coat. Motion denied. You lack standing. Also, my overthinking credentials far exceed yours. I'm the Bar Association champion. I send it, and the quiet of my apartment suddenly feels charged, expectant. This is what's missing from the silence. The anticipation of a reply. The back and forth. The connection. The buzz comes sooner than I expect. Her. A championship you awarded yourself, I assume. That's a clear conflict of interest. I'm petitioning for a mistrial. Me. You can't. I'm the judge in this jurisdiction. My rulings are final. Her. A corrupt judge, then. Even better. Gives me something to work with. What's the going rate for a bribe these days, Your Honor? I'm actually laughing now, leaning back into my couch. The jazz record finishes, the needle hissing softly in the final groove, but I don't get up to change it. I'm completely captivated. This isn't just banter. It's creation. We're building a world together, one text at a time, governed by absurd laws and fueled by mutual wit. It feels more real than my meticulously ordered apartment. My real phone, my actual life, rings from the kitchen counter, the sound jarring and unwelcome. It's Ethan. I let it ring twice before answering, a strange resentment coiling in my gut. West. Thank God. I'm in a crisis, he says. His voice is slick with manufactured drama. I can hear the clink of glasses in the background. Brunch. Let me guess, I say, my voice monotone. They ran out of avocado toast. Worse. I'm with that girl from Spark, Amelia, the yoga instructor, and she's talking about her aura. Tragic, I say. Thoughts and prayers. Be serious. I need an exit strategy. What's a good emergency? A burst pipe? A rabid squirrel in your apartment? I look around my quiet, squirrel-free living room. The burner phone screen glows. Sorry. My life is tragically stable today. Useless, he sighs. Look, man, you gotta learn the art of the game. It's all about keeping it light. You never talk about your job for more than 30 seconds. You never admit you have weird hobbies. And you never get real. The second you get real, you lose. It's a numbers game. The words hit me like a battering ram. Keep it light. Never get real. It's the philosophy that governs his entire life. The reason his connections are a mile wide and an inch deep. And it's the exact opposite of what Lexi did in her very first message. She didn't want light. She demanded something genuine. Right, I managed to say, my throat tight. The numbers game. Exactly. You should let me manage your profile for a week. We'd get you out of that dusty old man cave of yours. There are actual women in the world, you know. They don't all live on vinyl records. He laughs, a friendly, careless sound. He thinks he's helping. He has no idea that his version of helping is the very thing I'm running from. I've got to go, Ethan, I said, my voice clipped. Fine. Leave me to my fate. Wish me luck. He hangs up. I sink back into the couch, the silence of the room pressing in on me. Ethan's words echo in my head. Keep it light. Never get real. He sees my life, my carefully chosen books and music, as a dusty cave, a place to be escaped from. And maybe he's right. But what he doesn't understand is that the world he's offering, a world of shallow chats about auras and emergency exit strategies, is its own kind of prison. My phone buzzes. It's her. Her. Silence from the bench? Did my talk of bribery make you nervous? Don't worry, my record is clean. Mostly. I stare at her words. Her message is light. A joke. But underneath it, the current is strong. She's paying attention. She noticed the pause. She's engaged in a way Ethan, my best friend of 20 years, has never been. The lie I'm telling feels vast and toxic. I'm using the face of the man who represents everything I'm tired of to connect with the one person who seems to be the antidote. It's a sick, twisted irony. She thinks she's talking to the charming lawyer who lives by the rules of the game. She has no idea she's talking to the man in the dusty cave. And I can't stay in the cave anymore. Not with her. I have to know if there's a chance that the connection we have, this fragile, ridiculous thing, can handle one single ounce of truth. Not a big truth, just a small one, a crack in the facade, a rebellion against Ethan's rules. My thumbs move, but the words are mine, unfiltered, unlitigated. Okay, counselor, truce, my real unlitigated answer. I hate cilantro. It tastes like soap. Your turn. No objections allowed. I press send. My heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. The message sits there, a stark confession in a sea of cleverness. It's a test, a plea. I'm asking her to break the rules with me. The 3 dots appear. She's typing. A wave of hope so powerful it makes me dizzy, crashes over me. She's going to play along. The dots vanish. The screen is blank. The silence in my apartment is no longer peaceful. It's a roaring, empty void. I stare at the phone, at the empty space where her words should be, and the weight of what I've done crashes down on me. I've broken the one rule Ethan was right about. I got real, and I lost.
Chapter 5. Lexi. For the last several hours, this man, this Ethan, and I have been sparring partners, building an entire legal thriller through text messages. It's been a thrilling, high-stakes game of wit, and he just ended it with cilantro. He's asking for a real answer, a truce. He's waving a small green soap-flavored white flag. My thumbs hover over the keyboard, useless. The witty comebacks that have come so easily all day are gone. What do I say? Do I match his vulnerability with a silly confession of my own? I can't sleep with the closet door open. Do I keep the joke going? Objection, Your Honor. Hating cilantro is a crime against humanity. I start typing a real response, my heart doing a strange little flutter kick against my ribs. Okay, one real thing. I have a small star tattoo on my wrist from a college trip I barely remember. Before my thumb can hit send, my screen flashes, obscuring the message. A calendar alert, aggressive and bright. Meeting. Pitch prep where Mark Finley, 8 p.m. The Oak Room. My blood runs cold. The meeting. I'd forgotten. Finley, a potential angel investor. Agnes knows through a friend of a friend, had emailed this morning asking to move our coffee chat from next week to tonight. An impromptu prep session before the real pitch. It was a classic power move, designed to catch me off guard, but I couldn't say no. Not to a guy with his deep pockets and industry connections. The text conversation, the witty banter, the cilantro, it all evaporates. I'm yanked out of the soft, intriguing world of Ethan and shoved back into the cold, hard reality of my life. I have less than an hour to pull myself together and transform from a woman lounging on her couch into Lexi Harris, founder and CEO of Nexus, a woman who is worth $1 million investment. An hour and a half later, I'm sitting in a ridiculously oversized leather armchair at the Oak Room, a private club so dimly lit and ostentatiously old-fashioned it feels like a movie set. The air smells of bourbon, leather, and money so old it's probably decomposing. Mark Finley, a man in his late 40s with a smug, satisfied face and a Patagonia vest worn over a dress shirt, swirls the amber liquid in his glass. Lexi, thanks for being so flexible, he says, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. My schedule is just a bear these days. Of course. I appreciate you making the time, I say, my voice smooth and even. The professional mask is firmly in place. He still hasn't looked at the tablet between us, where my meticulously designed pitch deck is waiting. Instead, his eyes are on me, a calculating, assessing gaze that makes my skin prickle. "So, Nexus," he says, taking a sip of his drink. "Great name. Very now. And the timing is perfect. We're aggressively looking to diversify our portfolio. Investing in founders from underrepresented backgrounds is a huge priority for the firm this year." My smile feels brittle. He hasn't asked a single question about the app's functionality, my business model, or my 5-year growth projections. He's talking about me like I'm a stock, and my identity is my primary asset. "That's great to hear," I say, trying to steer the conversation. But I think the tech speaks for itself. Our user-centric design and behavioral matching algorithm are what truly set us apart from competitors like Spark or... "Oh, absolutely. The passion is great," he cuts in, waving a dismissive hand. "You can't teach that. And your story? It's fantastic. A Black woman building her own company in the tech space? It's a powerful narrative. It's marketable. People want to root for a story like that." The words hang in the air between us, thick and suffocating. Your story. He's not talking about my journey, my work, my sacrifices. He's talking about a headline, a press release. My story is that I'm building a superior product, I say, my voice colder than I intend. He finally glances at the tablet, swiping through a few slides with a cursory flick of his finger. Right. The product. Looks good. Clean UI. He looks back up at me, leaning forward with a conspiratorial air. "Look, Lexi, I'm going to be honest with you. The tech is fine, but there are 100 dating apps. What you are is unique. You're a diversity project that could actually have a huge upside for us. We put you on a stage, feature you in the right magazines. The optics are incredible. A diversity project. The 2 words land echo in my bones, chest and detonate. They vaporize the years of late nights, the lines of code I've written until my eyes burned, the belief in my own vision that I have clung to like a life raft. He's reduced all of it, all of me, a checklist on his corporate responsibility checklist. The rest of the meeting is a blur. I answer his questions on autopilot. My mind a maelstrom of silent fury. I shake his hand, my own feeling cold and distant. I walk out of the club and into the cool night air, the sounds of the city, a dull roar in my ears. I don't take a cab. I walk to the subway, needing the anonymity of the crowd, the rumbling motion of the train. Staring out the window at the blur of city lights, Mark Finley's words play on a loop in my head. A diversity project. The optics are incredible. He didn't see my work. He didn't see my potential. He saw my Blackness as a commodity, a narrative to be leveraged for his own portfolio. The anger I should feel is there, but it's a cold, heavy stone in my gut. Mostly I just feel tired. A soul-deep exhaustion that comes from having to fight twice as hard just to be seen as half as good. When I finally get back to my loft, the space feels cavernous and empty. I drop my keys on the counter, the sound echoing in the silence. My cat Java whines around my ankles, purring, but the comfort doesn't reach me. I should call Agnes. She'd be furious on my behalf. She'd curse Mark Finley's name and tell me all the ways I'm brilliant, but I don't want to hear it. I don't want to perform my own strength for her. I don't want to be brave or resilient. I just want to feel the crushing weight of my own disappointment without anyone trying to fix it. For the first time in a long time, I feel completely and utterly alone. I collapse onto my couch, kicking off my heels. My phone is still in my hand. I open it, my thumb moving without conscious thought. The Spark conversation is still open. His last message is there. He wasn't assessing my marketability. He wasn't calculating my optics. He was just a guy, sharing a stupid random fact about himself and asking for one in return. He was asking to see me, and in that moment, the carefully constructed walls I keep around my heart, the witty defenses, the professional armor, they all turn to dust. The vulnerability I've been holding back all night comes rushing out. My thumbs hammered the screen, not with a joke or a clever comeback, but with the raw, unedited truth of my exhaustion. Ever have one of those days where you pour your entire soul into something, and someone looks at it and just sees a box to check? I keep typing, the words a torrent. I'm so tired of being the black woman in tech. I just want to be a founder. I just want my work, on its own, to be enough. I hit send before the fear can stop me. The message sits there, a flare shot into the dark, and then immediate, gut-wrenching regret crashes over me. What have I done? I've just dumped a truckload of my deepest professional and personal insecurities onto a virtual stranger. A man whose profile screams success and emotional unavailability. The polished lawyer. He didn't ask for this. He asked for my opinion on an herb. He's going to see this wall of text, this raw, unfiltered neediness, and he's going to run. He'll block my number. He'll tell his friends about the crazy, intense girl from the dating app. I've just confirmed every stereotype he might have about women like me being too much. The words on the screen blur into nonsense, my heart pounding with a new kind of dread. I've just scared him away. I am sure of it.
Chapter 6. Liam. The silence from my burner phone has been a constant companion for 3 days. It's a quiet, heavy presence, like a ghost in my apartment. I've reread the last message I sent, the one about cilantro, at least 100 times. Each time I feel a fresh wave of self-loathing. It was a stupid, desperate move, an attempt to force a moment of authenticity from a connection built entirely on artifice. I broke the unspoken rules of our game, and she responded with the silence I deserved. I got real. I lost. To punish myself, or maybe just to feel something other than the hollow ache of my own regret, I agreed to go out with Ethan tonight. He's on a date with a woman named Chloe, a lithe, blonde art curator who speaks in a perpetual whisper. We're at a rooftop bar in Chelsea where the drinks are named after abstract concepts like epiphany and serendipity. I'm drinking a whiskey, neat. Its name is Whiskey. Ethan and Chloe are folded into each other on a plush white couch, their laughter a private language. He's touching her arm, his thumb drawing slow circles. She's leaning in, her hair brushing his shoulder. They are a self-contained universe, and I am a distant, cold moon in their orbit. This is my role. I am the permanent, professional third wheel, the scenery that makes the main characters look more vibrant. Liam's an analyst, Ethan says, magnanimously deciding to include me for a moment. He turns to Chloe, his smile dazzling. He's the genius who makes sure all my brilliant legal strategies are financially sound. Chloe gives me a polite, disinterested smile. Oh, that's fascinating. Her eyes are already drifting back to Ethan. It's not, I say, swirling the amber liquid in my glass, but it pays for the whiskey. Ethan laughs, a big booming sound that makes people at other tables look over. Always the cynic, this one. Don't mind him. He lives in a world of numbers. He doesn't believe in things like auras or soulmates. I don't point out that just last week he was complaining about a date who talked about auras. The details don't matter to Ethan. Only the performance does. I take a long, slow sip of my drink, the burn of familiar comfort. He's not wrong. I am a cynic. I've seen too many people like Ethan, people who glide through life on a cushion of charm and effortless confidence, to believe in much else. You either have it, or you're the guy sitting next to the guy who has it. I feel the low buzz of the burner phone in my jacket pocket. My heart gives a painful, hopeful lurch. I've been carrying it with me everywhere, a totem of my own stupidity. It's probably just a low battery warning. It has to be. I murmur an excuse about the restroom and escape their suffocating little bubble. I find a relatively quiet corner near the service exit, the noise of the bar a muffled roar behind me. My hand is trembling slightly as I pull out the phone. A new message. From her. My breath catches. I open it, my mind bracing for a witty takedown, a belated joke about my taste in herbs, or a polite but firm request to be left alone. But it's none of those things. It's a wall of text. My eyes scan the first line. Ever have one of those days where you pour your entire soul into something, and someone looks at it and just sees a box to check? The playful, sarcastic tone we've cultivated is gone. This is something else entirely. This is raw. My eyes fly across the rest of the words, my heart pounding a frantic, unsteady rhythm against my ribs. I'm so tired of being the black woman in tech. I just want to be a founder. I just want my work, on its own, to be enough. I lean back against the cool brick of the building, the air knocked out of me. This isn't a message. It's a confession. A raw nerve exposed and offered to a stranger on a dating app. She didn't run from my attempt at authenticity. She just bulldozed right past it with a truth so profound and painful, it makes my cilantro comment look like the pathetic joke it was. The cynicism that I wear like armor cracks. The noise of the bar. The memory of Ethan's careless words. The feeling of being an accessory in someone else's life. It all fades. All that exists is her message glowing in the dark. And I understand. I don't understand what it's like to be a black woman in tech. I don't know that specific, heavy burden. But a box to check. That I know. My entire life has been a series of boxes. The reliable best friend. The smart, sensible one. The safe choice. The placeholder you date until the real thing comes along. I know for sure that it aches in my bones, and to pour your soul into being yourself, only to have someone see you as a convenient category. I know what it's like to scream on the inside, just see me. Let me be enough. Her pain, while born of a reality I can never fully comprehend, resonates with a part of me. I keep buried so deep I sometimes forget it's there. She didn't just text a stranger. She texted the one person who would understand the shape of that specific wound. All the witty replies die in my throat. This moment requires something real. It requires more than the borrowed confidence of Ethan's profile. It requires a piece of me. The real me. The man in the dusty cave. I find a deserted stairwell, the air thick with the smell of cleaning supplies, and I sit on the cold concrete steps. My thumbs hover over the screen. I delete 3 drafts. One is too clinical. Another is full of empty platitudes. Finally, I stop trying to be clever or reassuring. I just write the truth. I can't pretend to know what that's like for you. But I know what it feels like when people see you as a category instead of a person. I've spent a lot of my life feeling like a placeholder. Like the prologue, but never the main story. I pause, the words hanging there, more honest than anything I've said to anyone in years. I keep typing. Your work is more than enough. You are more than enough. Don't ever let a man make you feel like a box he can check. I add the last part on impulse, a flash of protective anger on her behalf. I hit send, my heart feeling like it's going to beat its way out of my chest. The game is over. This isn't fun anymore. It's terrifying. It's real. I've just shown her a piece of my actual unedited self. I'm bracing myself for anything, for nothing. The 3 dots appear. They dance on the screen for a moment, disappear, and then reappear. My breath is trapped in my lungs. A new message pops up. It's short. 6 words that rewire my entire universe. Who are you really? I stare at the question. It's direct. It's simple. And it's the one question in the world I cannot answer. Every clever deflection, every sarcastic reply, every bit of witty armor I've used is gone. I am completely, utterly exposed by a question born from the first moment of genuine connection I've ever had with her. And the truth will destroy it.
Chapter 7. Lexi. I wake to the insistent chirping of my alarm, a sound I usually hate. This morning I barely hear it. My first conscious thought is a tidal wave of regret, so powerful, it makes me physically cringe. The phone, the texts, plural. Oh God. I close my eyes. The memory of last night playing in excruciatingly sharp detail. The condescending smirk on Mark Finley's face. The hollowed-out feeling in the cab ride home. And then, the absolute catastrophic lapse in judgment, where I decided to pour out my deepest professional insecurities to a virtual stranger. A handsome, polished, probably has a yacht stranger named Ethan Clark. As if that wasn't bad enough, a follow-up memory surfaces, making me groan and pull the pillow over my head. My panicked, needy follow-up text. Who are you, really? I'm a cliched train wreck. The intense, emotionally unstable woman who overshares on a dating app. Daniel's voice, my ex's, echoes in my head, a phantom of condescension. See, this is why you scare people off, Lex. You're always too much. For a long moment, I just lie there, paralyzed by the vulnerability hangover. I don't want to look at my phone. I want to throw it into the East River. I'm picturing the response I'll find, if there's one at all. Best case scenario. A polite, formal withdrawal. It was a pleasure matching with you, but I don't think we're compatible. Worst case, he's unmatched me. My desperate confession and panicked question left floating in a digital void, a monument to my own foolishness. Agnes would tell me to get up, drink some coffee, and stop catastrophizing. So I do. Or at least I try. I haul myself out of bed, my body aching with a psychosomatic cringe. I stumble to the kitchen and perform the morning ritual. Grind the beans, fill the kettle, all on autopilot. But my eyes keep straying to the phone sitting face down on the counter, a sleeping viper. I can't put it off any longer. I need to rip off the Band-Aid. With a deep, fortifying breath, I pick it up. The screen is cool against my palm. I unlock it, my thumb hesitating for a fraction of a second before I tap on the spark icon. The app opens to my conversation with Ethan. My breath catches. He didn't unmatch me, and there's a new message. A long one. It's sitting right below my mortifying word vomit. My eyes scan past my own desperate text to read his, a sense of dread coiling in my stomach. I can't pretend to know what that's like for you, but I know what it feels like when people see you as a category instead of a person. I've spent a lot of my life feeling like a placeholder, like the prologue but never the main story. I stop. I read that part again. Placeholder. The word hits me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. It's the perfect, most painfully accurate word for my relationship with Daniel. He'd called me his interim girlfriend, a joke I was supposed to find funny. The person you're with before you're with the real person. I continue reading, my hands no longer steady. Your work is more than enough. You are more than enough. Don't ever let a man make you feel like a box he can check. He remembered. A tiny detail from my rant. The Patagonia vest. He wasn't just reading my words. He was absorbing them. He was paying attention. The dread in my stomach dissolves, replaced by a feeling so foreign and overwhelming I can't immediately name it. It's a complex cocktail of shock, relief, and a warmth that spreads from my chest all the way to my fingertips. He didn't run. He didn't placate me with empty platitudes like, "I'm sure it wasn't that bad," or, "You're so strong." He saw the core of my pain, the feeling of being reduced, of not being enough, and he met it with a piece of his own. Placeholder. He didn't try to fix me. He just sat down in the dark with me and said, "Me too." Tears spring to my eyes, hot and unexpected. I sink onto one of my kitchen stools, the phone clutched in my hand. For years, I felt like I was speaking a language no one else understood, my ambitions and frustrations sounding like background noise to the men I've dated. Daniel used to pat my head when I talked about my work. a gesture one uses on a particularly bright golden retriever. Mark Finley saw my life's work as a marketing angle. But this man, this stranger, he hears me. He actually hears me. The witty back and forth was a game, an exhilarating mental exercise. This is different. This is no longer a game. I look at his profile picture again. The handsome man in the suit, Ethan Clark, stares back, his smile perfect and confident. It doesn't fit. The image is of a man who looks like he's never been the prologue to anything in his life. He looks like the whole damn story, the cover, and the movie deal. Who is the man who feels like a placeholder? Who is the man who noticed the detail about the vest? My panicked question from last night, "Who are you really?" reverberates in my mind, but now it's not laced with fear. It's filled with a deep, consuming curiosity. I need to talk to Agnes. My fingers dial her number before I've fully decided to. "You're alive," she answers, her voice thick with sleep. I was about to file a missing persons report. "What happened with Finley? Did you charm the millions right out of his trust fund?" "He called me a diversity project," I say, the words coming out flat and quiet. "He what?" Agnes is instantly awake, her voice sharp. That privileged Patagonia-wearing sack of... I swear to God, Lexi, give me his address. I will egg his Tesla. "It's fine," I say, a small, watery laugh escaping me. Well, it's not. But something else happened. I read her his text. The whole thing. When I'm done, the line is silent for a long moment. "Okay," Agnes says finally, her voice soft. "Wow. Placeholder. That's not what I was expecting from Mr. Corporate Headshot." "Me neither," I whisper. "This changes things, Lex," she says. "This isn't just a fun distraction anymore, is it?" "No," I say, the admission both terrifying and thrilling. "It's not." After we hang up, I sit with his message a while longer, letting the sincerity of it sink in. He gave me a gift, the validation I didn't even know I was starving for. And he deserves a real response, not just for his kindness, but for his honesty. The game is over. It's time for something real. My fear from last night has been replaced by a bold, clear sense of purpose. I want to meet the man who wrote that message. I need to see if the person behind the screen is as real as his words feel. I open the app one last time. I type. My fingers steady and sure. Placeholder. Yeah. I know that feeling more than I'd like to admit. Thank you for seeing me. It means more than you know. I pause, my thumb hovering over the send button. It's not enough. I want more than a text-based emotional exchange. I want to see his eyes when he talks. I want to know if his laugh is as warm as his words are. I add one more line. A risk, an invitation. My question from last night still stands, by the way. But maybe you can answer it over a drink sometime? I hit send. The message flies into the ether, a direct challenge. It's a request for him to step out from behind the perfect profile, from behind the safety of the screen. It's an invitation to be real, in person. The ball is in his court now, and as I stare at the screen, waiting, I realize I'm not scared anymore. I'm just hoping. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn romance.
Chapter 8. Liam. The message sits on the screen of the burner phone, a glowing testament to my own cowardice. My question from last night still stands, by the way, but maybe you can answer it over a drink sometime. It's been 27 hours since she sent it. I know because I've counted. I've spent those hours in a state of low-grade paralysis, trapped between three equally catastrophic options. Option A. I say yes, agree to meet her, and watch the fragile, beautiful connection we've built detonate the second she sees my face instead of Ethan's. Option B. I say no, make up a transparently flimsy excuse, and confirm every fear she's ever had about men being emotionally unavailable cowards. Option C. I confess everything via text, and act so profoundly spineless it makes the other two options look brave. There is no Option D. There is no clean exit. I built this trap and now I'm caught in it. The lie, which started as a flippant joke, has become a heavy, suffocating weight. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up, and the last thing I obsess over before I fall into a restless sleep. I need air. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, feels like a pressure cooker. I grab my keys and walk with no destination in mind, letting my feet carry me through the unfamiliar streets of a neighborhood I rarely visit. I just need to be somewhere else, somewhere the ghost of my deception doesn't feel quite so present. I end up in a coffee shop in Cobble Hill, a bright, airy space with big windows and the rich, comforting smell of roasted beans. It's crowded, but the low hum of conversation and the clatter of ceramic is a welcome distraction from the deafening silence in my own head. I order a black coffee, find a small table in the corner, and grab the burner phone again, staring at her message as if the words might magically rearrange themselves into a question I can actually answer. I'm drafting and deleting another cowardly reply when I hear it. A laugh, a clear musical sound that cuts through the ambient noise of the cafe. It's a laugh I would know anywhere. I've only ever seen it, a silent ghost in a profile picture, but hearing it, it's like hearing a favorite song for the first time. My head snaps up, and my world tilts on its axis. There she is, Lexi. She's sitting at a table by the window, bathed in the afternoon light. She's with her friend, the one whose texts I've seen screenshots of, Agnes. In person, Lexi is more. The photos, as beautiful as they are flat, two-dimensional things. The reality of her is a force. It's the way her curls, a vibrant halo of life, bounce when she gestures emphatically. It's the intensity in her deep brown eyes as she leans forward, making a point. It's the way she bites her bottom lip just for a second when she's listening, a tiny mannerism that makes my chest ache with a feeling I can't name. I'm frozen in place, my half-written text forgotten. My coffee grows cold. I am completely, utterly captivated. And then I realize, with a fresh wave of horror, what they're talking about. I'm telling you, it's a good sign he hasn't replied yet, a woman says, loud enough for me to hear over the hiss of the espresso machine. It means he's not a player. A player would have sent a one-word answer in 5 seconds. Definitely. Sure. He's thinking about it. He's taking you seriously. Lexi wraps her hands around her mug, a thoughtful expression on her face. Or he's crafting the perfect letdown. Or he's ghosting me completely. My capacity for catastrophic thinking is, as you know, boundless. No, the woman insists, shaking her head. The guy who sent you that message about being a placeholder, he's not a ghoster. There's something deeper there. I have a good feeling about this one, Lex. Don't self-sabotage. Stop! I want to scream. Don't defend me. I'm not who you think I am. Every word of Agnes's misplaced faith, every hopeful, hesitant expression on Lexi's face is a fresh turn of the knife in my gut. Then Lexi pulls out her laptop, her expression shifting from uncertainty to pure, unadulterated passion. Okay, Agnes, enough about him. Look at this. I figured out the bug. She turns the screen toward Agnes, and even from across the room I can see the lines of code. She starts talking, her voice alive with an energy that electrifies the air around her. She talks about user journeys and intuitive design, about creating a digital space that fosters genuine connection instead of performative nonsense. She's not just talking about an app, she's talking about changing the world, one meaningful match at a time. Her hands move as she speaks, carving her vision out of the air. And I realize the lie is so much worse than I thought. I haven't just deceived a woman on a dating app. I've become the confidant to a goddamn force of nature. This brilliant, passionate, incredible woman is putting her faith in a shadow, in a ghost wearing another man's face. The shame is a thing, a hot, acrid taste at the back of my throat. I have to end this. Now. A surge of desperate, self-loathing energy propels me to my feet. I'm going to do it. I'm going to walk over to that table. I'll say her name. I'll see the confusion in her eyes. I'll tell her everything, right here, right now. I'll tell her my name is Liam, and I am the biggest fraud she has ever met. I'll deserve the anger, the disgust, the slap in the face if it comes. Anything is better than continuing this monstrous deception. My heart is a wild animal in my chest. My palms are slick with sweat. I take one step. And then she smiles. Agnes says something that makes her laugh, and she throws her head back, her smile lighting up the entire coffee shop. It's a real, unguarded, breathtakingly beautiful smile. It's the smile from her profile picture, but 1,000 times more vibrant. And I stop. The confession dies in my throat. The thought of being the person who wipes that smile off her face, of watching her expression curdle from warmth to confusion, and then to the cold, hard agony of betrayal. I can't do it. I am a coward. The confession I was about to make no longer feels like an act of honesty. It feels like an act of vandalism. I would be destroying something beautiful just to ease my own conscience. I sink back into my chair, my legs suddenly weak. My courage is gone, evaporated in the warmth of her smile. I can't stay here. I can't sit and watch her, a ghost at the feast of her own life. I stand up, this time for good, and walk out of the coffee shop without looking back, leaving my full cup of coffee on the table like a surrender. I'm out on the sidewalk, the city noise a chaotic symphony that matches the storm in my head. I can't tell her the truth, but I can't ghost her either. Leaving her to wonder, to catastrophize, as she put it. After what she shared with me, it would be an act of profound cruelty. My hands are shaking as I pull out the burner phone. There's only one option left. The coward's option. Kick the can down the road. Buy myself time I don't deserve to figure out a solution that doesn't exist. My thumbs move, crafting the perfect lie. A message that is both a promise and a betrayal. A drink. I'd like that more than you know. Things are just complicated at work this week. Give me a few days to clear my head. I promise I'm not going anywhere. I hit send. The message flies, a poisoned arrow. I've said yes to a date that can never happen. I've made a promise I have no intention of keeping. The clock has started ticking. I don't know what I'll do in a few days when she asks again, but for now I've stopped her from waiting. And I've just cemented my status as the very thing she's fighting against, a man hiding behind a polished, perfect, and completely fake profile.
Chapter 9. Lexi. The text message sits at the top of my conversation history, a promise I reread at least 10 times a day. A drink. I'd like that more than you know. Things are just complicated at work this week. Give me a few days to clear my head. I promise I'm not going anywhere. My initial reaction was a complicated mix of soaring relief and a sharp pang of disappointment. He wanted to see me. He wasn't scared off by my emotional meltdown. But the immediate gratification of a yes was replaced by the vague, indefinite "a few days." It's the kind of line I've heard before, a classic soft pedal that often precedes a slow fade into nothing. My cynical side, the one that has been burned by too many Daniels, whispered that this was the beginning of the end. But the man who sent that message wasn't Daniel. This was the man who understood what placeholder meant. This was the man who had seen my vulnerability and met it with his own. So I make a conscious choice. I choose to trust him. My reply is simple and breezy, a show of confidence I don't entirely feel. A promise is a legally binding contract, counselor. I'll hold you to it. In the meantime, I'll be here, billing you for my time. His response is instantaneous. I'd expect nothing less. And just like that, the dynamic shifts again. The few days he asked for stretch into a week, but the distance doesn't feel like a prelude to ghosting. It feels like the opposite. Our connection deepens, the communication becoming a constant, steady hum beneath the surface of my life. It's no longer a game or a distraction. It has become an essential part of my daily architecture. It starts with good mornings and ends with good nights. The first words I read when I wake up are from him. Morning, counselor. Hope your code is behaving today. And his are the last I see before I fall asleep. Sleep well, Lexi. Talk tomorrow. They're simple, predictable bookends to my day, but they feel like anchors, a quiet promise of stability in the chaos of my startup life. The witty legal banter is still there, but it's now woven into a much richer tapestry. We start sharing pieces of our lives, tiny digital offerings that build a bridge between our two separate worlds. He sends me a link to a Spotify playlist with no message, just a title. For when the code isn't behaving. It's not the pop or hip-hop I expected from a guy like him. It's full of old, soulful jazz and moody, atmospheric instrumentals, the kind of music that feels like a quiet, rainy afternoon. It's thoughtful. It's introspective. It's perfect. I send him one back for complicated work weeks. It's a mix of the neo-soul and R&B I listen to when I need to focus, artists like H.E.R. and Daniel Caesar. A few minutes later, he replies, "Playing this now." My spreadsheets have never felt so soulful. We talk about everything and nothing, childhood memories, career aspirations, the stupid mundane details of our day. He tells me he grew up feeling like he was born in the wrong decade, that he'd rather spend a Saturday in a dusty record store than a crowded bar. I tell him about my dream of turning Nexus into more than just an app, of creating a foundation that teaches young Black girls how to code. I confess my crippling fear that I'll let everyone down. He doesn't try to fix it. He just listens. "You won't," he texts back. "It's not possible. Your passion is a force of nature." One night, emboldened by a glass of wine and the easy intimacy we've developed, I tell him a secret I've never told anyone, not even Agnes. Not the true version anyway. Me. You know, I have this stupid star tattoo on my wrist. Him. I've seen it. From one of your pictures, looks like it has a story. Me. The story I usually tell is that I got it on a wild, spontaneous spring break trip. The truth is, I got it during my freshman year of college, after I failed my first ever computer science exam. I was alone, homesick, and convinced I was a fraud who didn't belong there. I got it to remind myself that even stars are born from chaos and collapse. I hit send, a wave of vulnerability washing over me. It feels like I've handed him a fragile piece of my soul. His reply takes a few minutes. When it comes, it's quiet and thoughtful. Him. My version of that is a scar on my chin. I tell people I got it skateboarding. The truth is, I got it when I was 10 because I was trying to keep up with my best friend, who was better at everything than I was. I fell hard. The scar isn't a reminder of being cool. It's a reminder of what it feels like to always be 2 steps behind. His honesty is a gut punch. He's matched my secret with one of his own, a story that slots perfectly into the puzzle piece he gave me earlier. Placeholder. 2 steps behind. I feel a fierce protective ache in my chest. I am the only one who knows this about him. This confident, successful lawyer, he's let me see the scared 10-year-old boy. The sense of fated connection is intoxicating. You're smiling at your phone like it just told you you won the lottery, Agnes says a few days later. We're at our favorite ramen spot, and I've been a terrible dinner companion. Better? I say, without looking up from the screen. He sent me a picture of the sandwich he's eating for lunch. It's a truly majestic pastrami on rye. Agnes sets her chopsticks down with a clatter. Lexi, it has been 2 weeks. 2 weeks of him being busy at work. Are you ever going to actually meet this majestic sandwich eater in person? Yes, I say, my defensiveness flaring up. He's been slammed with a huge case. He's a partner at his firm, Aggie. It's a lot of pressure. Or he's a catfish who lives in his mother's basement in Ohio. He is not? I snap, maybe a little too forcefully. You don't get it. I know him. It feels like I've known him for years. This isn't just some random guy from an app. This is different. She softens, her expression turning from skeptical to concerned. Okay, I believe you. I just worry, you know? You're building this whole perfect guy up in your head. I don't want you to get hurt if the real version doesn't match the fantasy. He's not a fantasy, I say. More to convince myself than her. But later that night, as I'm getting ready for bed, her words echo in my mind. She's right about one thing. I can't live in this digital bubble forever. The emotional intimacy we've built is deep and real, but it's only half of a relationship. I need the other half. I need to see him, to hear his voice, to know if the chemistry that crackles between us through a screen can survive in the real world. My phone buzzes. It's him. Just closed the deal from hell. I think I've aged 10 years this week, finally coming up for air. My heart starts to hammer in my chest. This is it. The excuse is gone. The opening is right there. It's time to call his bluff, to turn this digital promise into a physical reality. My fear stills, a low thrum of anxiety, but my desire to finally meet the man behind the screen is stronger. My fingers fly across the screen, my message bold and unequivocal. So, does this mean your week is finally uncomplicated? I've had a bottle of wine with your name on it for a week. My place. Friday night. I hit send before I can lose my nerve. The invitation is out there, specific and undeniable. No more excuses. No more delays. I've put the ball squarely in his court. I stare at the screen, at the little delivered notification under my message, my entire future with this man hanging on his reply.
Chapter 10. Liam. The text message on the burner phone is a 5-alarm fire raging in the middle of my carefully constructed, lie-filled life. So, does this mean your week is finally uncomplicated? I've had a bottle of wine with your name on it for a week. My place. Friday night. My place. 2 simple words. An invitation that is simultaneously everything I want and the one thing I can never have. It's a terrifying escalation. A move from the theoretical safety of a public bar to the undeniable intimacy of her home. She's not just asking for a date. She's inviting the man she thinks I am into her sanctuary. The man she shared secrets with. The man she feels safe with. A fraud. Panic, cold and sharp, claws its way up my throat. My week-long reprieve, purchased with a vague lie about a complicated week, is over. The bill has come due. I stare at the message, my mind a frantic, empty void. Every second I don't reply feels like a betrayal, a confirmation of the ghosting she must be fearing. But what can I possibly say? The truth is a nuclear option. A lie feels like piling more dirt on a grave I'm already buried in. I can't think. Not in my apartment, where every quiet corner seems to amplify the roar of my guilt. I need to move. I need to get out. And I know, without a doubt that it feels both compulsive and self-destructive, where I have to go. I know from our conversations that her favorite place to work is a small coffee shop in her neighborhood called The Daily Grind. She says they have the best cold brew and the fewest outlets, which forces her to code efficiently. It's a detail I stored away, a piece of her life that I've held onto like a precious stone. I tell myself I'm just going for a walk, for coffee, that it's a coincidence. But it's the most deliberate, calculated lie I've ever told myself. I am a stalker, a creep. I'm going there with the desperate, pathetic hope of seeing her. I get there early, my heart hammering a nervous rhythm against my ribs. I pick a small, dark table in the back corner, a vantage point that offers a clear view of the entrance but keeps me cloaked in shadow. I open my laptop pretending to work, but my eyes are fixed on the door, my entire being coiled in a state of tense anticipation. 20 minutes later, she walks in, and the air leaves my lungs. It's one thing to see her in a fleeting, accidental moment across a crowded room. It's another thing to be waiting for her, to see her walk into a space you've pictured in your mind, and have the reality of her be 1,000 times more potent than anything you could have imagined. She's wearing a simple gray sweatshirt and leggings, her hair piled into a gloriously messy bun that's secured with a pen. She looks comfortable and focused, a stark contrast to the nervous energy thrumming through my veins. She smiles at the barista, a warm, genuine flash of light, and the man's entire posture seems to brighten. She has an effect on people, a gravitational pull. I watch, a silent, hidden observer as she orders. I'm too far away to hear, but I watch the barista's movements. Iced cup, oat milk, a single pump from the vanilla syrup bottle, an iced latte with oat milk and 1 shot of vanilla. The detail is so specific, so mundane, so her, that it feels like a secret I've stolen. She settles at a table, not too far from mine. She pulls out her laptop, and the transformation is immediate. The casual, smiling woman is gone, replaced by a founder, a creator. Her brow furrows in concentration. She pushes a stray curl from her face, her focus absolute. And then she does it. She bites her bottom lip, the same way I saw her do it before, and I feel it like a punch to the gut. This isn't a performance for a profile. This is who she is. This brilliant, passionate, beautiful woman is real, and I am the fakest person in the room. My pocket buzzes. The burner phone. It's her. My head spins with the surreal, dizzying disconnect of it all. She's 50 feet away from me, and she is texting the ghost I've created. No pressure on the Friday night invite, by the way, the text reads. But the wine is calling your name. She's trying to be gracious, to give me an out. The kindness of it is unbearable. And in that moment, a twisted, toxic impulse takes over. The need to feel connected to her, to prove that the psychic-level intimacy she feels is real, overrides the screaming voice of my conscience. I am a drowning man, and instead of swimming for shore, I'm pulling her down with me. I use the details I've just stolen from her. I weaponize my creepy obsession to manufacture a moment of magic. My thumbs shake as I type. Sorry, drowning in spreadsheets. Can't think about Friday yet. I'm picturing you with an iced latte, oat milk, maybe vanilla, biting your lip, about to solve a problem that will change the world. I hit send, and then I watch. I watch her pick up her phone. I see her eyes scan the message. I see the small frown of confusion, the way her head tilts slightly. And then I see her eyes widen, just a fraction. A slow, incredulous smile spreads across her face, a look of pure, unadulterated wonder. She looks around the coffee shop for a second, a playful, searching look in her eyes, and my heart stops. She can't see me. I'm hidden in the shadows. Her fingers fly across her screen. The burner phone in my hand buzzes again. Okay, that's officially creepy. How did you know that? Are you spying on me, counselor? She added a winking emoji. She thinks it's a joke, a cute cosmic coincidence that proves we're in sync. She has no idea I'm sitting right here, a monster in the dark, watching her. The moment of triumph is fleeting, instantly consumed by a wave of self-hatred so profound, It makes me feel nauseous. I did it. I made her feel that sense of kismet, of fated connection. And I did it by violating her privacy in the most fundamental way. I have to answer her about Friday. I have to say something. But seeing her here, in the flesh, so vibrant and real, has made one thing devastatingly clear. I can never, ever meet her. The fallout would be catastrophic. The lie is too big now. It has a life of its own. I need a new lie. A bigger one. Something that will buy me more time to figure out how to extricate myself from this mess without completely destroying her. I stand up, my body moving on autopilot. I have to get out of here before she sees me, before this whole fiction implodes. As I walk towards the door, my back to her, I type the biggest lie yet. I wish. Friday. My boss just dropped a bomb on me. I have to fly to the Chicago office for the rest of the week. Emergency meeting. I'm gutted. Rain check is an understatement. I promise I'll make it up to you the second I'm back. I push the door open and step out into the blindingly bright afternoon, hitting send as I do. The message is gone. The lie is told. I've just invented a business trip, a concrete, verifiable event that is entirely fraudulent. I'm no longer just hiding behind a fake profile. I'm actively building a fake life. I walk down the street not looking back, the weight of the lie like a physical shroud. I've avoided the immediate explosion, but I've just lit the fuse on a much, much bigger bomb. The clock is ticking louder than ever.
Chapter 11. Lexi. The silence in my apartment is broken by the soft glow of my phone screen and the low, soulful hum of a saxophone. It's nearly midnight, and Ethan and I are in the deep end of a conversation, the kind that feels more real than most of the talking I do during the day. Him. So the dream isn't just to be successful. The dream is to build a ladder and then leave it down for the people coming up behind you. That's something else, Lexi. Me. Isn't that the whole point? Otherwise, what are we even doing this for? I don't want to be the exception. I want to be the rule. Him. I've never thought of it like that. I think most people in my world are just focused on climbing their own ladder and then pulling it up after them. His honesty is a quiet intimacy that has become the backdrop of my life. For the past week, while he's been on his emergency work trip in Chicago, we've talked more than ever. The distance has, paradoxically, made us closer. He sends me pictures of generic hotel art and room service trays, complaining about his boss. I send him screenshots of Nexus's latest build, and he asks smart, insightful questions that show he's actually listening. He has become my first good morning and my last good night. An emotional lifeline I'm starting to realize I can't live without. He's due back tomorrow, and the anticipation is a low, thrilling current under my skin. The disappointment of our canceled date has been completely overshadowed by the depth of the connection we've built in its place. The buzz of my intercom is a harsh, unwelcome intrusion. I glance at the clock. It's too late for a delivery. "It's your friendly neighborhood nonsense detector," Agnes's voice crackles through the speaker. And I come bearing wine and a reality check. I buzz her in, a fond smile on my face. A moment later, she breezes in, drops a bottle of Pinot Noir on my counter, and immediately eyes my phone, which is still glowing on the couch. "Let me guess," she says, her voice laced with the loving sarcasm only a best friend can get away with. "You're receiving poetic dispatches from the mysterious, perpetually unavailable Mr. Clark." "He's not unavailable. He's busy," I say, my tone automatically defensive. "He's flying back from Chicago tomorrow. His trip was a last-minute nightmare." Agnes pops the cork on the wine and pours 2 generous glasses. She hands one to me, her expression serious. "Lexi, can we talk? For real?" I lean against the counter, taking a sip. "We are talking for real." "No," she says, her gaze steady and unwavering. I mean about him. I love that you're happy. I have not seen you smile at your phone like this, ever. But I'm your best friend, which means I'm contractually obligated to be the one who points out the red flags. And honey, this guy is a whole flag factory. The defensive wall inside me starts to go up, brick by brick. He's not. You don't know him. Exactly, she exclaims, setting her glass down with a soft thud. You don't know him. You know a version of him that exists on a screen. He's had a complicated week, which turned into an emergency trip to Chicago. These are the greatest hits of the emotionally unavailable man. This is the stuff they put in the starter pack. It's not like that, I insist, my voice rising slightly. We don't just flirt. We talk about real things. He told me he spent his life feeling like a placeholder. People who are just playing games don't say things like that. Agnes softens, her voice losing its edge. Okay, that is admittedly a good line. But that's all it is right now, Lex. A line of text. You have built an entire emotional relationship with a pen pal. You're falling for a ghost. Her words land like a punch, mostly because they echo the tiny whispering voice of doubt I've been ruthlessly suppressing for weeks. The voice that wonders if this is all too good to be true. The voice that reminds me of Daniel and how easily I believed his pretty words. He's not a ghost, I whisper, more to convince myself than her. Then prove it, she says, her tone gentle but firm. It's time to take this offline. You need to see him in the real world, where the lighting is bad and there's no backspace button, and no more my place. That's too intimate, too easy to cancel with a last-minute not feeling well text. Pick a public place, a specific non-negotiable date and time, this weekend. Ask him. And if he gives you one more excuse, Lexi, if he tries to postpone again, then you have your answer. And you have to be strong enough to walk away. I stare into my wine, the deep red swirling in the glass. Every part of me wants to argue, to defend him, to show her the hundreds of texts that prove he's real, and this is different. But I can't, because she's right. I've been living in a digital fantasy, and I'm terrified of what will happen when the lights come on. The connection I feel is so profound, so real to me, that the thought of it being a lie is devastating. But the thought of continuing to live in this limbo is worse. You're right, I say, my voice barely audible. I look up and meet her gaze. You're right, I need to know. My fear is a cold knot in my stomach, but beneath it, a new resolve is taking root. I've been passive, waiting for him to clear his schedule, to make time for me. No more. I've built a company from scratch. I've pitched to rooms full of skeptical men. I can certainly handle asking one man out on a real date. I pick up my phone, my hand surprisingly steady. Agnes watches me, her expression a mixture of pride and worry. I pull up our conversation, my eyes lingering on his last message about building ladders. I can do this. He's the man who wrote those words. He'll understand. I take a deep breath and begin to type. The message has to be casual, confident, but with an undercurrent of firmness. It's an invitation, but it's also a test, an ultimatum dressed up as a suggestion. Welcome back from Chicago. Hope you survived all those spreadsheets and synergy meetings. I pause, rereading it. It's a good start. Playful, referencing our shared jokes. Now for the hard part. I'm officially cashing in that rain check you promised me. Drinks. The copper still. Friday at 8 p.m. It's a non-negotiable court appearance this time, counselor. Let me know if you'll be there. I hold the phone out for Agnes to see. She reads it, and a slow, approving smile spreads across her face. That's my girl, she says softly. The screen waits, warm beneath my thumb. This is it. This message will decide everything. It will either be the true beginning of us, or the final heartbreaking confirmation that he was just a ghost all along. I press send. The blue bubble pops up on the screen. Delivered. Agnes and I both watch the phone, which I've left on the counter between us, as if it's a bomb about to go off. The silence in the apartment is thick with anticipation. My entire fantasy, my entire hope for what this could be, is hanging in the balance. The 3 dots appear. He's typing. My breath catches in my throat. Agnes reaches out and squeezes my hand, her grip firm. We stare at the screen at the dancing dots that hold my future, waiting.
Chapter 12. Liam. The 3 dots on the screen dance like heart palpitations. Lexi is typing. She's responding to my pathetic, cowardly lie about a sick nephew. Every second stretches into an agonizing eternity. My own words, a flimsy excuse about a family emergency, stare back at me from the screen, a testament to my own moral bankruptcy. I co-opted my sister, my real, actual sister, and her perfectly healthy son, turning them into props in the pathetic, fictional play that my life has become. The self-loathing is a physical thing, a sour taste in my mouth. I'm sitting on the worn leather couch in my apartment, the one that smells faintly of old books and my own quiet desperation. After leaving Ethan's place, I came straight home. His advice, a casual, callous litany of ghosting and cheap excuses, is still ringing in my ears. He'd looked at me, a genuine confusion in his eyes as I tried to explain a hypothetical situation. "So this girl, this hypothetical girl, she's great," he'd said, swirling a ridiculously expensive whiskey in a ridiculously heavy glass. "But she's getting attached. So what? That's the point of the app, man. It's a game. You play, you have fun, and when it's not fun anymore, you quit and start a new game." "What if it's not a game?" I'd asked, my voice tight. "What if she's different?" Ethan had let out a short, sharp laugh. "They're all different until they're not. Look, you're overthinking this. Just send the 'I'm not in a place for anything serious' text. It's the gentleman's ghost. Clean, simple, everyone moves on, but I can't move on. Lexi isn't a game. She's the owner of the laugh I heard in a coffee shop that made the whole world stop. She's the woman who got a star tattoo to remind herself that even stars are born from collapse. She's the founder who wants to build ladders for the people coming up behind her. Ethan's world is filled with disposable profiles and interchangeable women. Lexi is the one real person I've connected with in years, and I'm terrified that I'm about to become just another man who disappointed her." The phone buzzes and my entire body tenses. Her reply: "Oh no, of course. Family comes first. Don't feel like an idiot. I hope everything's okay. We'll do it another time." The words are a quiet, devastating blow. It's not the anger or the suspicion I was braced for. It's the grace, the immediate, unhesitating understanding. She's being kind. She's letting me off the hook. And her kindness is so much worse than any accusation would have been. It magnifies my own deceit, making me feel like a monster. I can read the subtext in her words, the subtle shift in her tone. The playful, confident challenge from her invitation is fractured, replaced by a polite, formal distance. "We'll do it another time." It's the kind of thing you say when you know it's never going to happen. I can feel her pulling back, protecting herself. I can feel the hope I'd seen in her eyes in that coffee shop dimming. She's chalking me up as another disappointment, another guy who is full of pretty words and empty promises. And I can't stand it. The thought of losing this, of letting this incredible connection wither and die because of my own cowardice, is unbearable. The panic that has been my constant companion for days mutates into a reckless, desperate need to fix this, to prove to her that I'm not like the others. Even though I am. I'm worse. I have to overcompensate. I have to make a promise so big, so definitive, that it will erase the doubt her grace is trying to hide. I need to anchor her to me, to keep her from drifting away. The words spilled from my thumbs, sharp and fast, my actions driven by pure, unadulterated fear. It's not okay, but it will be. Listen, I promise you, this isn't me bailing. I am so gutted about this I can't even tell you. I will make this up to you. Next week, I'll plan it. Everything. No more excuses, I swear on my life. I hit send, the words a frantic, desperate prayer. I've just sworn on my life, a life that is currently a complete and total lie. I haven't just kicked the can down the road. I've picked it up, sprinted with it, and promised to build a goddamn parade float for it next week. I watch the screen, my heart pounding. The 3 dots appear again. This time, I'm not afraid of her anger. I'm afraid of her silence. Her reply, "Okay, counselor, I'll hold you to that. Take care of your family, and let me know when you have a plan." The playful counselor is back. The wall is down, just a little. She's giving me one more chance. The relief is so intense it makes me dizzy. I've done it. I've pulled the nose up on the nosedive. I've bought myself a few more days of this beautiful, fraudulent connection. But as the adrenaline recedes, the cold reality of my new promise sets in. Let me know when you have a plan. I have to plan a date. A real date in the real world. A date I can never, ever show up for. I stare at my own message, at the promise I swore on my life. I haven't solved a single problem. I've just taken my original impossible situation, put it in a pressure cooker, and set a timer for 1 week. The end of the line is no longer a vague, distant threat. It's a concrete appointment that I've just scheduled myself, and I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to do when it arrives.
Chapter 13. Lexi. A week passes in a frustrating, emotionally dissonant blur. On my phone screen, my relationship with Ethan is perfect. Off-screen, it's a ghost story. He's the most attentive man I've never met. He asks about my work, my parents, my cat. He remembers the name of the investor who called me a diversity project. He's funny, he's empathetic, he's my biggest cheerleader. Our text conversations are long, winding things that stretch from the moment I wake up to the second I fall asleep. He is, in every digital sense, the perfect boyfriend, except for the fact that he promised, swore on his life, that he would plan a date for us next week. That was 6 days ago. There has been no plan, no mention of a plan, nothing. The cognitive dissonance is giving me whiplash. How can a man who feels so present on my screen be so completely absent in my actual life? How can someone who shares his deepest insecurities with me be incapable of the simple, logistical task of picking a time and a place to meet? I'm trying to be patient. I tell myself his family emergency must have been serious, that he's catching up at work, but a small cold seed of doubt, planted by Agnes and watered by my own past experiences, has begun to sprout. The distraction I desperately need arrives on a Tuesday afternoon in the form of an email. The subject line makes my heart stop. Subject: Invitation to pitch, Nexus and North Star Ventures. I read the first line and a strangled noise, somewhere between a gasp and a squeal, escapes my lips. North Star Ventures. They're the Holy Grail, the kingmakers. They're notoriously selective, borderline impossible to get a meeting with. They're also known for their brutal, no-nonsense approach. A pitch meeting with them is the professional equivalent of a championship fight. It's the opportunity of a lifetime, and it's terrifying. My first instinct, my only instinct, is to tell him. My thumbs raced, trying to outrun the silence, a jumble of typos and pure, unadulterated adrenaline. Me. Oh my God, you are not going to believe this. North Star Ventures, they want a pitch in 2 weeks. His reply is almost instantaneous, a rapid-fire succession of messages that feels like he's right here, celebrating with me. Him. No way. Him. Lexi, this is it. Him. I knew it. I told you they'd see it. You're going to walk into that room and own them. I am so incredibly proud of you. The validation, the shared excitement, is a warm, intoxicating rush. This is what it feels like to have a partner, a true supporter who gets it. The frustration I've been feeling over his elusiveness melts away, replaced by the warmth of his encouragement. My second call is to Agnes, who answers with a shriek so loud I have to pull the phone away from my ear. "Pack your bags, we're going to Silicon Valley," she yells. This is it. This is Nexus's big break. We have to celebrate. And by we, I mean you and your spectral boyfriend. Has he finally manifested in the physical realm to take you out? The warmth in my chest cools slightly. He's been busy, Aggie. You know, with his nephew. Lexi, she says, her voice losing all its earlier excitement and taking on the patient, weary tone of someone explaining a concept for the 10th time. It has been a week since he swore on his life he would make a plan. Has a plan been made? Has a single detail of this supposed plan been mentioned? No, I admit, my voice small. But he's been so supportive about the North Star thing. He's just as excited as I am. Of course he is, she says, her frustration palpable. Cheerleading via text is the easiest thing in the world, Lex. It requires zero effort. No scheduling, no putting on clean pants, no actually showing up. You're getting all the emotional perks of a relationship with none of the real-world responsibility. He's got the perfect setup. He's the ultimate coward's boyfriend. Her words are harsh, but they land with the uncomfortable weight of truth. I'm about to step onto the biggest, most intimidating stage of my professional career. I need to be focused, confident, and completely unshakable. I can't walk into that pitch meeting with this huge, unanswered question mark hanging over my personal life. I can't be wondering if the man who has become my emotional bedrock is a liar. Agnes is right. I've let him control the narrative. Accepting his excuses and waiting for him to make a move he seems incapable of making. No more. This is my life, my career, and I need to know if he's a real part of it or not. The decision crystallizes in my mind, hard and clear. This pitch meeting is more than just a business opportunity. It's a deadline. It's my own non-negotiable court appearance. If he's the man he claims to be, the man who supports my dreams, he'll understand why this is so important. He'll understand why I need him to show up. I pull up our conversation, my resolve hardening into steel. I'm done being patient. I'm done waiting. I am taking control. My message is not a request. It's not a suggestion. It's a statement of fact, a declaration of need. I'm laying all my cards on the table, tying the biggest moment of my career to the future of our relationship. You're right. I'm going to walk in there and own them, but I want to see you first. The night before my pitch. I pause, my thumb hovering over the screen. This is the moment of truth. I want a good luck drink. No more excuses, no more rain checks. This one's important. I need you there. I hit send. The message delivers with a soft whoosh that sounds like a gavel hitting a block. The verdict is now in his hands. There are no more lies he can tell, no more family emergencies or sudden business trips that can get him out of this. He either shows up for the most important moment of my life, or he reveals himself as the ghost Agnes thinks he is. My vision narrows to the glowing text, my heart pounding a slow, heavy rhythm. This is it. This is the final test. His reply will be the only answer I ever need. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Liam. The text message lands on my phone. It hit like a shockwave of a court summons. I want a good luck drink. No more excuses, no more rain checks. This one's important. I need you there. The words are clear, direct, and stripped of all the playful artifice we've hidden behind for weeks. This isn't a suggestion. It's a demand. Not for a date, but for a partner. She's calling on the man she's confided in, the man she thinks is her biggest supporter, to show up for the most significant moment of her professional life. And I am a fraud. Panic, cold and absolute, seizes me. I pace the length of my small apartment, the burner phone clutched in my hand like a live grenade. Every excuse I've ever used, every lie I've ever told, has been rendered obsolete. The family emergency card has been played. The complicated week at work is a tired refrain. She's drawn a line in the sand. Show up, or it's over. My mind races, desperately searching for an exit that doesn't exist. I could ghost her. Just disappear. Let her think the worst of me. Let her believe that Ethan Clark, the perfect man on paper, is just another coward who bolts when things get real. The thought of her, the night before her huge pitch, staring at a silent phone, her confidence shaken by my disappearance. It's unthinkable. It's an act of cruelty I'm not capable of. Not to her. I could confess. Right now. I could type out the whole sordid story. My name is Liam. I'm Ethan's best friend. It started as a joke. I picture her reading those words, the confusion turning to shock, then to a white-hot, humiliating rage. I would be derailing her focus, poisoning her mind with my betrayal right before she needs to be at her absolute best. It's the coward's confession, a text message bomb dropped from a safe distance. She deserves more than that. She deserves to look her betrayer in the eye. There is no escape. I'm at the end of the line. The lie has run its course. The next day at the office, I move through my tasks in a fog. The numbers on my spreadsheets blur together, meaningless symbols. My own life feels hypothetical, a distant concept. The only thing that feels real is the ticking clock, counting down the 2 weeks until the date I cannot go to and cannot cancel. I find Ethan in the break room laughing with a paralegal. He's telling a story, his hands moving with the easy confidence of a man who has never once doubted his place in the world. He sees me and grins, waving me over. "Hey, perfect timing. Settle a debate for us," he says, clapping me on the shoulder. "Ashley here thinks I was too harsh on that spark girl I was telling you about, the one who wanted to know my 5-year plan on the first date." "You unmatched her mid-sentence," Ashley says, though she's smiling. "Because it's a first date, not a deposition," Ethan argues. "The key to modern dating, Liam, and you should write this down, is to manage expectations. You keep it light, you keep it fun, and you never, ever promise anything you can't deliver." He winks at Ashley. Plausible deniability is your best friend. And right there, in the sterile, fluorescent-lit break room, everything crystallizes. Ethan's entire philosophy is built on avoiding the very things Lexi and I have shared. He runs from depth. He avoids vulnerability. He thinks authentic connection is a liability. The man he's describing, the one who keeps it light and promises nothing, that man has nothing in common with the person Lexi has been talking to for the last month. The empathetic responses, the shared insecurities about being a placeholder, the quiet understanding, none of that came from the Ethan Clark playbook. All of it came from me. I wasn't just channeling a different person. I was being the most honest version of myself, cloaked in the safety of anonymity. The lie isn't the personality she's falling for. The lie is the name. The lie is the face. The thought is terrifying. but it's also the first glimmer of a desperate, insane hope I've had in weeks. What if the man she's connected with, the man behind the screen, is more important than the man in the pictures? What if the foundation we've built is strong enough to withstand the earthquake of the truth? It's a 1 in a million chance. A lottery ticket. But it's the only chance I have. I leave Ethan still charming the paralegal and walk back to my desk, my decision made. I can't confess via text. It would be an insult to the genuine connection we forged. She deserves to see my face when I tell her. She deserves to see the profound, soul-deep regret in my eyes, and know that however twisted the situation is, the feelings were real. I have to give her the truth in person. I have to give us the one, infinitesimal chance that we might survive it. I will go to the date. I will sit across from her, and I will be the man she's been talking to for weeks. And then, I will tell her who I am. I will face the fallout. I will let her rage, and I will let her hate me. It is the only honorable thing left to do. I pulled out the burner phone. My hands are steady now, my panic replaced by a strange, terrifying calm. I know what I have to do. Her message glows on the screen. I need you there. My thumbs move across the keyboard, typing the truest words I've ever sent her. A simple, unequivocal surrender. I'll be there. Nothing could keep me away. I hit send. The message is gone. The die is cast. The date is set. In 2 weeks, I will see the most incredible woman I've ever known. And I will ruin her life, holding on to the slimmest thread of hope that she might just decide to ruin mine right back. The calm I feel isn't peace. It's the eerie, silent acceptance of a man walking willingly toward his own firing squad.
Chapter 15. Lexi. I freeze at the threshold of my closet, a battlefield of discarded outfits strewn across my bed, in the grips of a terror I haven't felt since I defended my master's thesis. This isn't a normal first date. This is something else entirely. Tonight I find out if the man I'm falling for is a real person or just a beautiful ghost I created in my head. After a pep talk call with Agnes, he has to be as good as his texts, Lexi. We are not downgrading for the 3D model. And putting on a silky emerald green dress that feels like armor, I perform one last crucial task. I set an alarm for 11:30 p.m. labeling it, "Go home, become a millionaire." The pitch is at 9 a.m. Tonight has a hard out. I arrive at the Copper. Still 5 minutes late and spot him immediately in a small booth in the back. My heart does a strange stuttering thing in my chest. It's him. But he looks different. The man in the profile pictures was all polished perfection, a crisp, corporate headshot that radiated an easy, almost unapproachable confidence. The man sitting in this booth is handsome, yes, but in a rougher, more tangible way. His dark hair is messy, falling over his forehead in a way that makes him look younger and far less certain than his photos suggest. The pictures didn't capture the intensity of his storm gray eyes or the faint silvery line of the scar on his chin that he'd told me about. For a disorienting second, my brain struggles to reconcile the two images. The curated, smiling lawyer online versus this brooding, nervous man in a worn leather jacket. But then he looks up and his eyes meet mine, and the restless energy that radiates from him is so potent, so familiar, it's like a physical touch. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Of course. This is what happens when you meet someone from an app. Their pictures are a lie, a carefully selected performance designed to sell. But this man, the one in front of me with the guarded posture and the eyes that look like they hold 1,000 secrets, this is the man from the texts. He's not the effortlessly charming golden boy from the photo. He's the man who feels like a placeholder. Thank God. Lexi, he says as he stands, and his voice is the same low, rich baritone from my late-night imagination. The sound of it settles every doubt, every disoriented nerve in my body. It's him. Ethan, I reply, and we slide into the booth. a sudden, awkward silence descending between us. All our witty, effortless words are suddenly gone, lost somewhere in the space between the digital and the real. He breaks the silence first, a slow, crooked smile spreading across his face, revealing a hidden dimple in his cheek. "I have to be honest," he uttered, in his voice a little rough. "I feel like I'm being deposed by a ridiculously beautiful prosecuting attorney right now." The tension shatters, and I laugh, a real relieved sound. "And for the record, counselor," I shoot back, leaning forward on my elbows, "you're holding up surprisingly well under cross-examination. So far." "So far?" He raises an eyebrow, and just like that, we're us. That sounds like a threat. "It's a promise," I say, my smile widening. I'm saving the tough questions for the second drink. I think I need the second drink now. The conversation flows easily after that, falling into the familiar, comfortable rhythm of our texts. But hearing his voice, seeing the way his eyes hold mine, makes every word land with a new, thrilling weight. "So," he says, his expression turning serious after we've ordered. "North Star Ventures. I've been thinking about it. You told me your biggest fear was walking in and having them see you as just another dating app." I'm taken aback by his memory, by the specificity. "That's part of it," I admit, swirling the straw in my drink. "So what's your opening? What are the very first words out of your mouth?" It's not a casual question. It's a strategic one. He's not just making conversation. He's trying to get inside the problem with me. "I don't open with the app," I say, meeting his intense gaze. "I open with a question. Which is, how many of you have ever felt like a dating profile was lying to you?" His reaction is immediate. A flicker of something dark and complex crosses his face before he smooths it over. "That's a killer opening," he says, his voice quiet. It gets right to the point. The feeling that what you're being presented with, it isn't the real story. There's a double meaning there, a depth in his eyes that makes me lean in. "Exactly," I say, my voice dropping. "It's all just performance. You see a picture, a list of accomplishments. You don't see the person who feels like they're always 2 steps behind." I'm using his own words, the secret he shared with me about the scar on his chin. I want him to know I was listening, that his vulnerability landed with me. He visibly flinches, just for a second, a sharp intake of breath. "You have a way of seeing through the performance," he says, his voice rough. "Even in your very first message, it's intimidating." "Good," I say, and my hand does something bold, something I hadn't planned. I reach across the table and lay my fingers over the back of his hand. His skin is warm, and I feel a jolt, a current of electricity that shoots straight up my arm. I've spent enough of my life in rooms where I was expected to be anything but. His hand is completely still under mine, his knuckles white. I pull back, a little embarrassed by my own forwardness. "You're not so easy to read yourself, counselor. The tough-as-nails lawyer who also sends soulful jazz playlists and admits to hating cilantro." "The cilantro thing is a deeply held moral conviction," he says, but his voice is strained, and he doesn't look away from where my hand just was. The bar empties out around us, the noise fading to the low murmur of the staff cleaning up, but I don't notice. We talk until our corner of the world feels like the only one that exists, a pocket of warmth and understanding in the sprawling, indifferent city. I take a final long sip of my beer, trying to stretch the moment out, and set the empty glass down on the worn wooden table. Ethan's conversation trails off. His gaze, which had been so full of laughter and intense focus, drops to my mouth. A slow, smoldering heat replaces the easy warmth in his eyes. "What is it?" I ask, my voice a little breathless under the sudden weight of his stare. "You've got a little something," he said in a low, husky murmur that's completely different from the one he'd been using all night. I instinctively raise my hand to wipe my mouth, but he's faster. He leans across the small table, closing the space between us, and his thumb comes up to my face. I freeze. His touch is impossibly gentle as he slowly, deliberately wipes a line of beer foam from my upper lip. The slight rasp of his calloused thumb against my sensitive skin sends a jolt of pure static through my entire body. He doesn't pull away. His thumb lingers, his hand now cupping my jaw. The ambient sounds of the bar, the clinking of glasses, the distant traffic, fade to nothing. All that exists is the searing point of contact, the dark, bottomless look in his eyes, and the sudden, suffocating heat that flares between us. His pupils are blown wide, and I can feel his breath ghosting over my lips. He's going to kiss me. Here. Now. All right, folks. I gotta close up. The bartender calls out, the sound shattering the spell between us. We both flinch back as if burned, a dazed, flustered heat creeping up my neck. Ethan clears his throat, dropping his hand, but the energy remains, a live wire crackling in the air as he pays the tab. When he walks me out into the cool night air, the silence that falls between us isn't just heavy anymore. It's electric. It's charged with the unresolved promise of that touch, with everything we've said and everything we almost did. He stops under a streetlight, the amber glow carving his face from the shadows. He turns to me, and the raw, unresolved tension from inside is etched on his face, magnified now. Lexi, he says. And my name is no longer just a word. It's a continuation, a surrender to the inevitable. And then he's kissing me. It's a collision. It's a desperate, frantic confirmation that the fire I felt from his touch was real. All the longing, all the emotional intimacy we've built through a screen finally has a physical release, and it's explosive. He backs me up against the cool metal of a parked car, his hands tangling in my hair, his mouth hungry and demanding against mine. It's a kiss that tastes of whiskey and want, of months of pent-up yearning. I knew it. I breathe against his lips, my hand sliding up his chest, gripping the lapels of his worn leather jacket. Knew what? He groans, his forehead pressing against mine, his breath coming in ragged pants. That you would feel like this? I whisper, my voice shaky. Like you're not a ghost. You're solid. You're here. You're real, he says. The words almost pained, as if the reality of me is a beautiful kind of agony. He kisses me again, deeper this time. It's a kiss that's trying to erase the last month of distance, to close the final gap between the digital and the physical, to devour the space between us. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
I have to go, I say, my voice ragged. I look up at him. The desire is still there in his eyes, but it's tangled with something else now. Something I can't read. A deep, profound panic. He looks like a man who has just been caught in a lie. Right, he says, his voice strained. He takes a step back, running a shaky hand through his hair. The pitch. He hails a cab for me, his movements stiff. The easy intimacy is gone, replaced by a tense, unreadable distance. As I slide into the back seat, I look back at him. He's just standing on the curb, watching me. His face is a mask of conflicting emotions. The cab pulls away, and I'm left with the ghost of his touch on my skin and a single, unsettling question. The date, the conversation, the chemistry, it was all more real than I could have imagined. But why, when I said his name, did he look at me like I just sentenced him to death?
Chapter 16. Liam. I'm standing on a street corner in Brooklyn, watching the red taillights of Lexi's cab dissolve into the city's glittering chaos. The world around me has gone silent. The rumble of the subway under my feet, the distant wail of a siren, the chatter of people spilling out of the bar. It's all a muffled, distant hum. The only thing that's real is the ghost of her still clinging to my senses. I can feel the phantom imprint of her body pressed against mine, the silk of her dress, the desperate strength in her hands. I can still taste her, a mix of the gin from her drink and something that was purely, intoxicatingly her. I lift my hand to my mouth, my fingers tracing my lips where hers had just been. It's the first time in my 31 years that a kiss has felt less like a question and more like an answer. It was a moment of pure, undiluted truth, and it was all a lie. The euphoria of it, the soaring, brilliant high of finally touching her, is immediately followed by a sickening, gut-wrenching plummet. Because as I'm standing here, reeling from the most real moment of my life, one word is echoing in my head, a relentless, brutal drumbeat. Ethan. She gasped his name. She whispered it into the space between us, a name that doesn't belong to me. A name I've stolen. Every time I close my eyes and let myself feel the memory of her mouth on mine, the name is there. A brand on my conscience reminding me that the man she just kissed, the man she wants, is not me. It's him. It's the smiling, handsome face in the profile. It's my best friend. My plan, my one noble, terrifying plan, was to confess. Tonight. I was supposed to sit across from her, let her see the real me, the man behind the texts, and then I was going to tell her everything. I was going to watch her world break and let her decide if there was anything left to salvage in the wreckage. But I couldn't do it. I sat there, watching her talk about her pitch, her eyes alive with a fire that could power this entire city. And I couldn't be the one to extinguish that light. I couldn't be the monster that derailed her, that filled her head with betrayal and humiliation the night before the biggest day of her career. I told myself I was protecting her. But as I start the long, lonely walk to my car, I have to wonder if I was just protecting myself. Another act of cowardice from a man who has made a career out of it. The drive home is a state of fractured consciousness. I'm navigating the streets of Brooklyn on autopilot, but my mind is a chaotic loop of sensory flashbacks. The frantic heat of her skin under my hands, the soft, needy sound she made in the back of her throat, the dizzying, desperate way she kissed me back, not with hesitation, but with a certainty that I've never known from anyone. The euphoria of it all is a drug, and I'm chasing the high, replaying every perfect stolen second. The dread comes crashing back, her pulling away, the shrill sound of her alarm, and the look in her eyes as she searched my face. But the worst part, the part that makes me feel like I'm going to be sick right here on the BQE, was the look on my own face, which I could feel but couldn't control. The raw, abject panic of a man who had just heard his own death sentence in the form of his best friend's name. When I finally get back to my apartment, the quiet, orderly space feels like a stranger's home. This is the apartment of Liam West, a man who alphabetizes his records and pays his bills on time. A man Lexi Harris has never heard of. I walk into the bathroom and stare at my reflection in the mirror, but I don't recognize the man looking back. His eyes are wild, his hair a mess from her hands, his lips slightly swollen. He looks like a man who has just been in a fight and lost. I touch the scar on my chin, the one I told her the true story of. I gave her that piece of me, that small, vulnerable truth, and she held it with such care. The memory of that intimacy, now tangled up with the visceral memory of her body against mine, makes the deception feel monstrous. I walk into my living room and stare at the burner phone sitting on my coffee table. It's a cursed object, a Pandora's box I never should have opened. Our entire relationship, every witty comeback, every shared secret, every vulnerable confession, lives inside that sleek black rectangle. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever been a part of, and none of it is real. I have to fix this. I have to tell her. But how? I pick up the phone, my thumb hovering over our conversation. I could type it now. Lexi, what happened tonight was incredible. But there's something you need to know. I'm not Ethan. The thought makes my blood run cold. To do it now, via text, after what just happened between us. It's not just cowardly. It's cruel. It would be a betrayal she'd read alone in her apartment the night before her pitch. It would destroy her. I can't. So I have to wait. I have to let her have her moment tomorrow. Let her walk into that meeting with North Star Ventures with all the confidence and fire she possesses. I owe her that much. I owe her a clear head. But I can't leave her in silence tonight either. Not after that kiss. She's expecting something. A follow-up. A confirmation that what she felt, I felt too. I need to write something that is true. Something that honors the reality of what just passed between us, without compounding the lie of my identity. I'm walking a wire over a canyon. My thumbs shake as I type, pouring the euphoric dread I feel into a few simple words. I'm not sure what just happened, but it was the only honest thing in a world of echoes. Get some sleep. You're going to destroy them tomorrow. I hit send. It's the truest thing I've ever written. I put the burner phone down, my body humming with a mixture of leftover adrenaline and pure, uncut dread. Just as I do, my actual phone, my real life, buzzes on the counter. I pick it up, my heart sinking as I see the name on the screen. It's a text from Ethan. Dude, where are you? After party is still going. Also, funny story. I think I saw that Spark girl Lexi in a cab a while ago. You should probably text her or something, right? Keep the ball rolling. The words swim before my eyes. He saw her. My two worlds, the real and the fraudulent, the one where I'm the placeholder and the one where I'm the hero, have just collided. Ethan's casual, clueless message is a brutal, sickening reminder of the game I'm supposed to be playing, the man I'm supposed to be, and the friend I am betraying with every breath I take. I stare at his text, then at the burner phone across the room, and I realize I'm not just walking a wire over a canyon. I'm standing in the middle of it, and the wire has just snapped.
Chapter 17. Lexi. I wake up before my alarm, not from a sense of duty, but from a thrumming electric energy that has taken over my entire body. I didn't sleep more than 2 hours, but I feel more alive, more powerful than I have in my entire life. Last night is a vivid, sensory imprint on my soul. I can still feel the frantic heat of his hands, the rough texture of his jacket, the desperate, hungry way his mouth claimed mine. The memory is so potent it makes my body ache with a fresh wave of longing. I roll over and grab my phone, my fingers seeking out his last message, a confirmation that I didn't just dream at all. I'm not sure what just happened, but it was more real than anything I've ever felt. Get some sleep. You're going to destroy them tomorrow. I read the words for the 100th time. The strange, panicked look on his face as I left is a distant, foggy memory, completely erased by the raw sincerity of this text. More real than anything I've ever felt. He felt it too. The cosmic, undeniable pull between us wasn't just in my head. It's real. We're real. The North Star Ventures pitch, the meeting that has been a source of gut-wrenching anxiety for 2 weeks, no longer feels like an obstacle. It feels like a stage, and I am more than ready for my performance. The validation from the one person whose opinion has come to matter most has transformed my fear into a roaring, unshakable confidence. I am not just Lexi Harris, founder of Nexus. I am the woman who was just kissed like she was the only person in the world. I am the woman who is seen, who is wanted. I am going to walk into that boardroom, and I am going to own it. An hour later, I'm standing in front of the gleaming, imposing glass doors of North Star Ventures on the 81st floor of a skyscraper that scrapes the heavens. The office is a masterpiece of corporate intimidation, gleaming chrome, stark white walls, and a panoramic view of Manhattan that makes the entire city look like a toy. It's a place designed to make you feel small, insignificant. I don't. I walk in, the heels of my favorite power pumps clicking with authority on the marble floor. My emerald dress is my armor. My confidence, fueled by a sleepless night of replaying the best kiss of my life, is my weapon. I feel unstoppable. I'm led into the boardroom by a silent, efficient assistant. The room is long and intimidating, a massive mahogany table reflecting the city skyline. 5 men in dark, expensive suits are seated, a tribunal of gatekeepers who hold the future of my company in their hands. I feel a flicker of the old nervousness, but then I think of his text, and it vanishes. A distinguished silver-haired man at the head of the table stands. "Ms. Harris, thank you for coming. I'm David Davies, senior partner." He gestures to the men beside him. "This is Robert Chin, Michael Singh, and Jonathan West." I shake their hands, my grip firm, my eye contact unwavering. I am their equal. I belong here. And, Davies continues, turning to a man at the far end of the table who is just looking up from his phone. Our newest junior partner, who has a particular interest in the disruptive tech space. He'll be sitting in on this pitch. This is Ethan Clark. The name hits me first. A jolt. Ethan Clark. The sound is so familiar, so intimate, that hearing it in this sterile corporate environment is a shock. What a strange coincidence, I think. A faint, amused smile on my lips. The man named Ethan Clark stands up. He extends a hand. He smiles. And my world stops. It's the face from the profile. The perfect, symmetrical jaw. The dark, expertly styled hair. The bright, polished, corporate white smile. It's him. The man from the Spark app. The man whose name I whispered against a car window last night. But it is not the man I kissed. My brain freezes. A catastrophic system error. The two images, the two realities, refuse to compute. On one side, there is this man, this stranger with a familiar face, smiling a polite professional smile. On the other, there is the memory from last night, messy hair falling into stormy gray eyes, a hidden dimple, a faint scar on a rugged chin. They are two different people. This man, the one standing in front of me, is Ethan Clark, the man I've been falling for. So who was that last night? Who was the man whose hands were in my hair, whose mouth was on my skin? Who was the man who confessed to feeling like a placeholder? "Ms. Harris," David Davies says, his voice pulling me out of my spiraling thoughts. "Are you all right?" I realize I'm just standing there, my hand hovering in the air, my mouth slightly open. The blood has drained from my face. The pitch deck in my hand suddenly weighs 1,000 pounds. "Yes?" I manage to say. My voice a strained, foreign sound. I force myself to take Ethan Clark's hand. His grip is firm, his hand is warm, and he is a complete and utter stranger. "A pleasure to meet you." I have to do the pitch. I am trapped in a glass-walled nightmare, and I have to perform. I walk to the head of the table, on legs that feel like they're about to give out. I plug in my laptop, the familiar Nexus logo on my screen, looking like something from another lifetime. I open my mouth to speak, to deliver the killer opening line I was so confident about this morning, but the words are gone. My mind is a white, roaring static. All I can see is the face of the man from last night, contorted in that strange, panicked expression. It wasn't passion. It was fear. He was terrified. Because he knew. He knew he wasn't Ethan Clark. "Nexus," I begin, my voice trembling slightly. "Nexus is an app. About connection." The passionate, confident woman who walked into this room is gone. A hollowed-out automaton has taken her place. I stumble through my slides, my voice a monotone. I'm talking about my business model, but my mind is racing. Was he a friend of his? A brother? A sick joke? Was I the punchline to a story he's telling his friends right now? I look up, and my eyes meet the real Ethan Clark's. He's watching me with a polite, slightly confused expression. There is not a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He has no idea who I am. He has no idea that I spent weeks pouring my heart out to a man using his name, his face. The humiliation is a physical thing, a hot, suffocating wave that makes it hard to breathe. I lose my place. I skip a slide. I can't remember my 5-year growth projections. I see one of the partners glance at his watch. Another starts scrolling through his phone. I'm losing them. I'm losing everything. The opportunity of a lifetime is slipping through my fingers, and I am completely powerless to stop it. The pitch finally, mercifully ends. The quiet that descended was a wire pulled tight. "Thank you for your time, Ms. Harris," Davies says, his voice polite and dismissive. "We'll be in touch." I know what that means. It's over. I pack up my laptop, my hands shaking so badly I can barely close the clasps on my bag. As I turn to leave, a voice stops me. "Lexi." It's him, the real Ethan Clark. He's walking toward me, his hand extended again. "Great presentation," he says, his smile charming and completely meaningless. "A really interesting concept. You're clearly very passionate about it." The sound of his voice, the one I should have been hearing all along, is a final, brutal insult. I force myself to take his hand, to meet his eyes. I am shaking the hand of a ghost, a handsome stranger who has been the unwitting face of my own destruction. My professional life is in ruins. My emotional life has been revealed as a sick, elaborate lie. And I still don't even know the name of the man who broke my world. Chapter 18. Lexi. I walk out of the boardroom in a fugue state. The world has been muted, the colors desaturated. The polite, dismissive smiles of the partners are burned into my retinas. The sound of my own voice, stumbling through the most important presentation of my life, echoes in my ears. I am a ghost haunting the hallway of my own failure. The humiliation is so profound, so complete, that it's almost silent. A deep, cold, hollow space has opened up inside me. All I want is to get to the elevator, to descend the 80 floors from this glass and steel prison, and to disappear onto a crowded street where no one knows my name or the scope of my spectacular implosion. I press the down button, my gaze fixed on the polished marble floor, and wait. "Miss Harris." The voice is smooth, confident, and horribly familiar. I look up. It's him. Ethan Clark, the man from the profile, the stranger with the face of the man I thought I knew, is walking toward me. A polite, professional smile is fixed on his face. "I just wanted to say again," he begins. "It's a strong concept. Don't be discouraged by the room today. They can be a tough crowd." His kindness, his utter obliviousness is a matchstick on the raw kindling of my shredded nerves. The hollow space inside me begins to fill with a hot, frantic confusion. I can't stop myself. The question bursts out of me, a low, tight, dangerous sound. "Who was he?" Ethan's smile falters. He looks genuinely confused. "I'm sorry?" "The man from last night," I say, my voice trembling with a rage I can't control. "The man who has been texting me for weeks, using your pictures, your name. Who was he?" His brow furrows, a look of utter bewilderment on his perfect face. "Miss Harris, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." "Don't lie to me," I hiss, taking a step closer. The professional mask I have worn my entire life is gone, shattered. All that's left is this raw, ragged wound. Was it a bet? A joke? Did you and your friends have a good laugh, seeing how far you could push it with the girl who's trying to build something? A joke? He looks at me now like I'm unhinged, taking a small, almost imperceptible step back. Look, I don't know who you are or who you met, but it wasn't me. I promise you I've never seen you before that meeting. His denial is so complete, so genuine, that it chills me to the bone. This isn't a prank he was in on. This is something else, something deeper, and somehow worse. The man from last night wasn't just hiding behind a fake profile. He was hiding behind his own best friend's life. The ping of the arriving elevator is deafeningly loud. The doors slide open, and he walks out. For a second, I just see a man with messy dark hair and a familiar leather jacket walking toward Ethan. He's smiling, a casual, easy smile. "Hey, man," he says, his eyes on Ethan. "Ready for lunch?" And then his eyes shift. They find mine. The smile vanishes from his face. It doesn't just fade. It's annihilated, replaced by an expression of pure, gut-wrenching horror. Time doesn't just slow down. It fractures. My brain, which has been scrambling for an answer, suddenly finds one, and the clarity is a physical blow. The voice. The low, rich baritone that has been a constant in my life for over a month. The voice from the bar last night. The storm-gray eyes, now wide with a panicked, cornered animal terror. And the scar. The faint silvery line on his chin. The scar he told me the true story of. The one he got trying to keep up with his best friend. It all clicks into place. A series of tumblers in a lock, opening a door to a room of unimaginable pain. The dissonance I'd felt between the witty, vulnerable man in my phone and the polished face in the profile wasn't a mystery to be solved. It was a lie. A calculated, manipulative, soul-destroying lie. The man who kissed me, who held me, who listened to my deepest fears and shared his own. He was real. But he wasn't Ethan Clark. He was this man, this stranger, this shadow standing next to him. The humiliation I felt in the boardroom is a pale, insignificant thing compared to this. This is a betrayal so intimate, so profoundly personal, that it feels like it's rewriting my own cellular code. Every shared secret, every late-night confession, every moment I felt seen by him is instantly, hideously corrupted. It wasn't a connection. It was a violation. He didn't see me. He watched me. Ethan is looking between the two of us, his face a mask of confusion. Liam? Liam. The name is a foreign, ugly sound. It's not the name I've been whispering to myself in the dark. I turn my full attention to him, to Liam. The hurt and confusion inside me are crystallizing into something else. Something hard and cold and sharp. "You," I say, and my voice is pure ice. It is the calm at the center of a hurricane. He flinches as if I've struck him. "Lexi," he starts, his voice a choked, desperate rasp. He takes a step toward me, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "Lexi, I can explain. It started as a joke. It got out of hand." "A joke," I repeat, the words tasting like poison. I look from his horrified face to Ethan's bewildered one. "Was it funny? Was my life's work failing in front of your eyes the punchline?" "No, God, no," he says, shaking his head, his eyes pleading. "I never wanted... Lexi, please." But I'm not listening anymore. I can't. The pain is too big, the betrayal too absolute. To stay here, to listen to his pathetic excuses, would be to give him a power over me he no longer deserves. I have to get out. I have to breathe air that isn't contaminated by the stench of his lies. I turn my back on them both, on the man with the stolen face and the man with the stolen life. I walk toward the exit, my steps measured and deliberate. I don't run, I don't cry, not yet. Right now, the hollow space inside me, the one left by my professional failure and my personal humiliation, is being filled, not with sadness, not with heartbreak, but with a single searing white-hot emotion: rage. It's a clean, pure fury, and it is the only thing holding the shattered pieces of my world together. The betrayal isn't just a wound, it's fuel. And as I push through the glass doors and out into the indifferent city, I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I know this: I am going to burn his world to the ground.
Chapter 19. Liam. I'm walking out of the elevator, a stupid, half-formed apology already taking shape in my mind. For 2 weeks, I've been living on a knife's edge, and my plan, my insane, desperate, one-in-a-million plan, was to confess to Lexi tonight. After her pitch, I was going to find a way to tell her, to explain. I just needed her to get through her big day first. My thoughts are a tangled mess of hope and dread as I head toward the lobby to meet Ethan for lunch. I see him first, standing near the elevator bank, looking confused. And then I see who he's talking to: an emerald green dress, a cascade of dark curls. Lexi! The world stops. The air in my lungs turns to ice. This isn't possible. This can't be happening. Of all the lobbies in all the city, she is here. He is here. I am here. It's a collision of worlds so statistically improbable, it feels like a targeted act of a cruel and vengeful god. I hear her voice, tight with a pain that makes my own chest ache. Texting me for weeks from your profile. Oh God, it's not just a chance encounter. It's the detonation. I haven't just walked into the same room. I've walked onto the exact X that marks the spot of my own immolation. My feet keep moving on autopilot, a stupid, pre-programmed instinct to meet my friend for lunch. My mouth opens and the most banal, idiotic words in the history of language come out. "Hey man," I say, my voice sounding like it's coming from a great distance. "Ready for lunch?" And then, my eyes meet hers. For one single, horrifying second, I see confusion. And then it happens. I watch the recognition dawn in her eyes, a slow, sickening sunrise of dawning horror. I see her mind connecting the dots, processing the impossible. My voice from last night, my face from this morning, the scar, the storm-gray eyes. The devastation on her face is a physical thing. It's a crack in the foundation of the world. I watch her beautiful, expressive features crumble, but then something else happens. The hurt, the shock, the heartbreak. It's all there for a split second, and then it's gone, calcifying in real time into something else. Something hard and cold and terrifying. The look in her eyes is not one of a woman who is broken. It is the look of a woman who is being forged into a weapon. Ethan, blissfully, stupidly unaware, turns to me. "Liam?" He says my name, and I watch the final piece of the puzzle slam into place for her. The last flicker of doubt in her eyes dies, replaced by a certainty that is as sharp and clear as ice. She knows. She knows everything. Her gaze shifts from Ethan and settles on me, and the full force of her contempt hits me. "You," she says. The word is not loud. It's a quiet, precise, surgical strike. I flinch. The sound of her voice, so full of warmth and wit in my phone, is now a shard of glass. "Lexi," I start, my own voice a choked, pathetic rasp. I take a step toward her, my hands half raised in a useless gesture of peace. "Lexi, I can explain. It started as a joke. It got out of hand." The words are ash in my mouth. A joke? I'm telling the woman whose soul I've spent the last month falling in love with that she was the punchline to a joke? It is the most insulting, idiotic, pathetic excuse a man has ever uttered. "A joke," she repeats, and her voice is so devoid of emotion it's terrifying. She looks from my horrified face to Ethan's utterly bewildered one. "Was it funny? Was my life's work failing in front of your eyes the punchline?" "No, God, no," I plead, shaking my head. The truth is, I hadn't even thought about her pitch. In my selfish panic, I had completely forgotten what today meant to her. The realization of my own staggering self-absorption is another gut punch. I never wanted... Lexi, please. But she's no longer looking at me. Her eyes are fixed on a point in the distance, a place I can't see. She's already left. Her body is still here, but her spirit, the one I connected with, is gone. She has walled herself off, and the fortress she's built is immense. She turns her back on us. She doesn't storm off. She doesn't cry. She walks, her posture ramrod straight, her steps deliberate and controlled, toward the glass doors of the lobby. I watch her go. Every step she takes a nail in the coffin of the beautiful, fragile thing I built, and then destroyed. I haven't just broken her heart. I've humiliated her. I've undermined her professionally and violated her emotionally. I have shattered something I will never be able to fix. The glass doors swish shut behind her and she's gone. I'm left standing in the cavernous, silent lobby next to Ethan, who is staring at me, his mouth slightly agape. "Liam," he says, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. What the hell was that? There's no lie left to tell. The bomb has gone off. All I can do is stand in the wreckage. That was Lexi, I say, my voice hollow. The girl from the app. The one I kept texting, I confess, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. From your phone, from your profile. I've been pretending to be you. Ethan stares at me. His usual, easygoing charm dissolved, replaced by a look of profound, almost clinical disbelief. He doesn't look angry. He looks at me like he's never seen me before. You've been pretending to be me, he says slowly, testing the shape of the words. To text a woman from a dating app. For how long? A month, I whisper. A month, he repeats, a humorless laugh escaping his lips. And last night she was talking about? I can't meet his eyes. That was me. Jesus Christ, Liam, he says, running a hand over his face. This isn't a joke. This is creepy. This is certifiably insane. You lied to her. It wasn't like that, I say, though I know it's useless. The connection was real. Was it? He asks, his voice sharp. Was it real? Or did you just build a fantasy in your head and then get mad when reality showed up? He shakes his head, already dismissing me, already moving on. Look, just forget about her. It's a mess. Block the number. I'll unmatch her. It's over. He thinks it's that simple. He thinks this is a digital mess that can be cleaned up with a few taps on a screen. He doesn't understand. He didn't see the look on her face. The look in her eyes wasn't the soft, crumbling devastation of a broken heart. It was the hard, cold glint of sharpening steel. He's already talking about where to get lunch, his mind having already categorized and filed this away as another one of Liam's weird, moody episodes. But I'm not listening. I'm staring at the glass door she walked through, and a new, colder dread is settling over me. My worst nightmare wasn't getting caught. My worst nightmare is whatever comes next. Because I know this is not over. Not even close.
Chapter 20. Lexi. The cab ride back to my apartment is a silent movie. The vibrant, chaotic life of the city streams past the windows, but it's all muted, happening behind a thick pane of glass. I don't feel the rumble of the road or hear the blare of the traffic. The only sound is a high, thin ringing in my ears, the sound of a world that has been shattered. When I finally get to my building, I move on autopilot. I nod at the doorman, I ride the elevator, I walk down the familiar hallway to my own front door. It's only when I'm standing in front of it, fumbling for my keys, that I realize my hands are shaking so badly I can't fit the key in the lock. On the third try, it finally clicks. I step inside and close the door behind me. The deadbolt slides into place with a heavy, definitive thud. I am home. I am safe. I am utterly, completely alone. And then the rage I've been holding at bay, the icy fury that got me out of that lobby and into the cab, finally breaks its leash. A strangled, guttural scream tears out of my throat. It's a sound I don't recognize, raw and wounded. I rip my heels off and throw them across the room, where they hit the exposed brick wall with a satisfyingly violent thud. It's not enough. I grab a stack of magazines off my coffee table and hurl them to the floor, the glossy pages scattering like dead leaves. I pace my apartment like a caged animal, my mind a churning vortex of his face. Liam, the liar, the ghost. I see his face in the lobby, the panicked, guilty horror in his eyes. I see his face from last night, the feigned desire, the practiced vulnerability. Every moment, every word, every shared secret is now a lie, a carefully crafted piece of a sick, elaborate joke, and I fell for it. I, who pride myself on my intelligence, on my ability to see through the nonsense, fell for the oldest, most pathetic trick in the book. He found my wounds, my fear of not being enough, my deep-seated need to be seen for my work and not my identity, and he used them. He mirrored them back to me with his own sob story about being a placeholder, and I drank it down like a dying woman in a desert. My phone starts to buzz on the counter, a frantic, insistent vibration. It's Agnes. I know she's worried. I know she wants a report from the pitch. I can't answer. I can't form the words to tell her how completely I have failed, both professionally and personally. I silence the call, my thumb jabbing at the screen. A few minutes later, another phone buzzes. The burner number. His number. Liam. The name is a curse. A string of texts appear on the lock screen. Lexi, please. Just let me explain. I know what you must think of me, but it wasn't all a lie. Please don't shut me out. Just talk to me. The audacity of it sends a fresh wave of fury through me. He thinks he can explain this? He thinks a few pathetic, pleading texts can undo the profound public humiliation he put me through? He stood by and watched me implode in the most important meeting of my life, a meeting that he was the direct cause of me failing. The anger is a shield, a wall of fire, but as the adrenaline begins to fade, something colder and heavier seeps through the cracks. Humiliation. It's a slow, creeping poison. I was a fool, a naive, trusting, desperate fool. I sink onto my couch, the rage giving way to a crushing weight of self-loathing. I start to scroll back through our conversation, a masochistic pilgrimage through the ruins of my own stupidity. There's the first witty exchange, the one that made me laugh. There's his response to my late-night confession, the one that made me feel seen. There are the playlists, the inside jokes, the shared secrets. There's the kiss, the memory of which now makes my skin crawl. And there's his text from last night. More real than anything I've ever felt. The lie is so profound, so complete, it's almost impressive. I see the text from the coffee shop. I'm picturing you with an iced latte, oat milk, maybe vanilla, biting your lip, about to solve a problem that will change the world. At the time, I thought it was kismet, a sign of our spooky, perfect connection. Now I see it for what it was. He was there. He was in that coffee shop watching me. The realization is a violation, a wave of nausea rolling through my gut. He wasn't in sync with me. He was spying on me. He was gathering data, feeding me details of my own life to make me believe in a fantasy he was carefully constructing. I feel disgusting. Used? I am the diversity project. I am the joke. I am the girl who was so desperate for a connection that she couldn't see the con man standing right in front of her. I can't live with this. I can't have this history, this record of my own foolishness sitting on my phone. I have to erase it. I have to erase him. My finger moves to the top of the screen, hovering over his name. Or rather, Ethan Clark's name. I tap it. bringing up the contact details. The option is there in small red letters. Block this caller. I press it without hesitation. Then I go back to the message thread. This beautiful poison thing. I scroll to the bottom, my eyes blurring. I find the option. Delete conversation. A confirmation box pops up. A final digital mercy. Are you sure you want to permanently delete this entire conversation? It's not just a conversation. It's a month of my life. A month of hope. A month of believing, for the first time in a long time, that I wasn't too much, that I wasn't unlovable, that I had finally found someone who got it. My thumb presses down, hard. Delete. And just like that, he's gone. The thread vanishes. The history is erased. All that's left is a blank screen and the profound, deafening silence of the man who was my constant companion. The lifeline has been cut. I drop the phone onto the couch cushion beside me, as if it's burned my hand. The rage is gone. The humiliation is a dull, throbbing ache. All that's left is a vast, cavernous emptiness. I curl into a ball, pulling a blanket over my head. Since I walked out of that lobby, I let myself cry. It's a silent, hopeless cry, the tears soaking into the pillow as I mourn the loss of a man who never even existed. I don't know how long I lie there, lost in the dark. It could be minutes or hours. My phone rings again. My real number this time. It's Agnes. I ignore it. I'm not ready to face her pity, her "I told you so's," however gentle they might be. All I ever wanted is to be left alone in this prison of my own making. The ringing stops, and then I hear a new sound. A loud, insistent banging on my actual front door. "Lexi!" It's Agnes's voice, muffled but unmistakable. "Lexi, I know you're in there." The doorman let me up. "Open this door right now or I swear to God I will pick the lock. I still remember how from freshman year, and you have a very gymmable deadbolt." I don't move, pulling the blanket tighter around me. "Go away, just go away." The banging stops. There's a faint scratching sound at the lock, the telltale click of a bobby pin sliding into the mechanism. "Don't test me, Harris," she calls out. "I have wine, and I'm not afraid to drink it all on your doorstep. You have 5 seconds. The outside world, in the form of my stubborn, lock-picking best friend, is refusing to let me disappear. I lie there, frozen. The sound of her working the lock a countdown to a conversation I am in no way prepared to have.
Chapter 21. Liam. The silence is the loudest thing I've ever heard. It's been 4 days since the world ended in the lobby of North Star Ventures. 4 days of staring at the burner phone, a useless black brick on my coffee table. The first day, I texted her. A frantic, pathetic cascade of apologies and pleas. "Lexi, please, just let me explain." They all sent. They all said delivered. The second day, I tried again. My messages turned green. SMS. She had blocked the number. The finality of it is an endless, silent scream in my apartment. My place, usually a sanctuary of quiet order, now feels like a tomb. Empty takeout containers litter the counters. The records are silent, the books unread. I move through the rooms like a ghost, haunted by the memory of her face. Not the laughing, vibrant woman from the coffee shop, but the woman in the lobby. The one whose beautiful, expressive features hardened into a mask of icy contempt. I haven't slept. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that lobby, watching her walk away. I see the rigid set of her shoulders, the controlled, deliberate stride. I didn't just break her heart. I armed her. Ethan's clueless, cutting assessment of my actions plays on a loop in my head. This isn't a romance, man. This is creepy. He was right. I built this beautiful, intricate connection with her, and I see now that from the outside, from her side, it just looks like a monstrous, calculated manipulation. A game played by a sick, lonely man. Ethan has been texting. Tentative, awkward messages. "Hey man, you good?" Want to grab a beer for real this time? I've ignored them all. I can't face his brand of breezy, forget-about-it friendship. I can't go back to being his silent, sardonic sidekick. The role doesn't fit anymore. The lie I told Lexi has, in a strange and painful way, forced me to confront the lie I've been telling myself for 20 years. He calls on Friday night, and for some reason I answer. "Finally," he says, a hint of relief in his voice. "I was about to come over there and make sure you were still alive. What the hell is going on with you, Liam?" "I'm fine," I lie, my voice a dead monotone. "No, you're not," he says. There's no easy charm in his voice, just genuine concern. "You've been a ghost since that thing at the office. Look, I'm sorry if I was a jerk. I was just shocked. Let's go get a drink. We can talk about it." "I don't want to get a drink," I say. "But we do need to talk. Meet me at the Grey Dog on Carmine in an hour." I pick the place, not our usual spot, a neutral territory. I need this conversation to be on my terms, in my world. When I get there, he's already at a small table in the back, looking uncomfortable and out of place among the students and artists. He's still in his work suit, a stark contrast to my own rumpled jeans and sweatshirt. "Hey," he says as I sit down. "You look like hell." "I feel like hell," I say, not bothering with the pleasantries. "Look, man," he starts, leaning forward. "I know that whole thing was a mess, but you have to let it go. Whatever happened, she wasn't worth blowing up your life over. There are millions of other girls on the app." And there it is. The fundamental disconnect. The chasm between his world and mine that I have spent my entire life trying to ignore. "She's not just another girl on the app, Ethan," I utter, my voice low and raw with a bitterness that has been fermenting for decades. "You don't get it. You've never gotten it." He looks genuinely confused. "What is that supposed to mean?" "Why do you think I did it?" I ask, the question a quiet, dangerous thing. "Why do you think I had to use your face, your life, to feel like I could even talk to someone like her?" "I have no idea," he says, his defensiveness rising. "You've been acting weird for months. That's not on me." "Isn't it?" I let out a short, humorless laugh. "My entire life I've been Ethan Clarke's best friend. It's the first line in my bio. I've watched you glide through life, collecting friends, promotions, women, all with that same easy, careless charm. And I've been the guy standing next to you, the wingman, the sensible one, the reliable shadow that makes you look brighter." "That's not true," he says, but his voice lacks conviction. "I'm your best friend. I've always had your back." "No," I say, the words sharp, final. "You've had my silence. You've had my support. You've had a sidekick who made you feel like the star of the show. I've dated women who have literally told me I was the safe choice before they found their own Ethan. I've been a placeholder my entire life, and you just stood there and watched. You never once tried to push me into the light. You needed me in the dark beside you. I say the word, placeholder, and the memory of telling Lexi that, of her understanding, is a fresh, agonizing pain. Ethan just stares at me, his mouth slightly open. For the first time in his life, he has no charming retort, no easy deflection. He looks genuinely stunned, maybe even hurt. The unspoken contract that has governed our friendship for 20 years has just been read aloud, and we both know it's been voided. I didn't just lie to her, Ethan, I say, my voice cracking. I lied to myself. I thought I had to be you to be worthy of someone like her. But the things she connected with, the vulnerability, the honesty, that was all me. I was more myself with her as a complete lie than I've ever been in my real life. I stand up, the conversation over. I didn't come here for an apology. I came here to resign from a job I've had my whole life. I leave him sitting there, a stunned, lost look on his face. Walking out of the bar and into the cool night air, I don't feel better. The crushing weight of what I did to Lexi is still there, but something has shifted. The conversation with Ethan didn't fix a single thing, but it has changed me. I have finally, after 31 years, stepped out of the shadow. I know I can't hide anymore. Not from him, and not from her. My apology to her can't be another cowardly text. It can't be an email. It has to be real. It has to be on her terms. I stop on the street corner, the city lights blurring around me. I pull out my real phone, my fingers moving with a new, terrifying clarity. I open a browser and type in the name of her company. Nexus. Her website pops up, sleek and professional. I navigate to the Contact Us page. There it is. The address for the co-working space in DUMBO where she's building her empire. I stare at the address on the screen. It's a destination. A plan. It is the single most terrifying idea I have ever had. A man like me doesn't get to show up in her world, to invade her space after what I've done. But it's the only path forward. It's not about getting her back. I know I've lost that right. This is about taking the first step out of the shadows and into the real world, as myself. This is about facing the woman I destroyed and giving her the one thing I haven't yet. The truth, face to face, with no more masks.
Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 22. Lexi. The first few days are a wasteland of silence. After Agnes finally jimmied the lock, let herself in, and held me while I fell apart, my apartment has become a quiet, sterile recovery room. She cleaned up the debris from my rage-fueled tantrum, stocked my fridge with food I have no appetite for, and made me promise to at least try to exist in the world again. So I try. I force myself back to work, back to the familiar, comforting logic of code. I sit at my desk, surrounded by the architecture of my dreams, and try to find the woman who built it all. But she's gone. The passion that has been my fuel for years has been replaced by a dull, hollow ache. My work, which was once my sanctuary, now just feels like a monument to my own staggering foolishness. Nexus was supposed to be about creating authentic connections, and I, its founder, fell for the most profound lie of all. The irony is a bitter, constant companion. The silence is the worst part. It's an active, malevolent presence in my apartment. I wake up in the morning, my hand instinctively reaching for my phone on the nightstand, my thumb expecting to swipe open a "Good morning, counselor" text that isn't there. The absence of it is a physical pain, a phantom limb I keep trying to use. I'll be debugging a line of code, hitting a wall, and for a split second my fingers will twitch, the muscle memory of wanting to send him a frustrated, funny message still intact. I'll scroll through social media, see a stupid meme about grammar or a sarcastic take on corporate life, and my first immediate thought is, he would love this. And then the reality comes crashing back. There is no he, not the one I thought I knew. A shard of it remains lodged in my throat, a protective layer over the raw wound of my heart. I'll have sudden, vivid flashes of the lobby, his panicked, guilty face, Ethan Clarke's handsome, clueless one. The memory of my own fumbling, disastrous pitch. The rage is useful. It keeps the deeper, more painful feelings at bay. It's easier to be furious at Liam, the liar, than it is to mourn the loss of the man I thought he was. Agnes refuses to leave me completely alone. She shows up one evening with 2 giant bags of takeout and a bottle of tequila. She doesn't push. She doesn't prod. She just sits with me on my couch, puts on a mindless reality TV show, and fills the oppressive silence with her presence. "I'm sorry he turned out to be such a monumental jerk, Lex," she says quietly, handing me a shot glass. I stare at the clear liquid, the salt, the lime. The motions are familiar, but the feeling is all wrong. "That's the problem, Aggie," I say, my voice raspy from disuse. "He was a jerk, a liar, a manipulative, cowardly creep who used his best friend's face because he was too afraid to use his own. All of that is true." I toss back the shot, the burn a welcome distraction. But the person I was talking to for a month, he wasn't. Agnes looks at me, her expression a mixture of confusion and deep concern. "Lexi, honey, they're the same person, the jerk and the guy on the phone." "Are they?" I set the shot glass down, the question hanging in the air between us. "Think about it. The guy in the profile? Ethan Clarke, the polished, perfect, marathon-running lawyer? I would have been bored with him in 5 minutes. He's everything I've always avoided. Predictable, shallow men." I stand up, pacing in front of the couch, the words I've been wrestling with in silence finally pouring out. The man I was texting? He was different. He was witty and sarcastic, and a little bit broken in a way that felt familiar. He knew what it was like to be underestimated. He knew what it felt like to be a placeholder. He got me, Aggie, in a way that no one else has. He saw the real me, past the founder, past the tough-as-nails persona I put on. Tears are streaming down my face now, but they aren't just tears of sadness. They're tears of a new, dawning, and incredibly painful clarity. "I didn't fall for a profile picture," I say, my voice cracking. "I didn't fall for Ethan Clarke. I fell for a personality. I fell for a mind." I stop pacing and look at my best friend, forcing myself to say the final, terrible, undeniable truth out loud. I fell for Liam, even though he was a complete and total lie. Saying his name, in a context that isn't a curse, makes it real. The admission hangs in the air, a terrifying and liberating thing. It's the moment of truth. The anger and the longing are no longer 2 separate emotions I can keep in their neat little boxes. They are now a tangled, messy, inseparable knot in the center of my chest. I can hate Liam for the betrayal. I can hate him for the humiliation, for the damage he did to my career and my heart. But I cannot hate the man who sent me soulful jazz playlists. I cannot hate the person who understood the story of my tattoo. I cannot hate the one who made me feel, for the first time in my life, like I wasn't too much. After Agnes leaves, her hug fierce and protective, I'm left alone with this new, complicated reality. The grief is still there, but it has a different shape now. I'm mourning the loss of a connection that felt profoundly real, even if its origins were fraudulent. I walk over to my desk and sit down, my gaze falling on my laptop. Nexus. The app I created to foster authentic connection. My own disastrous love story has been the ultimate brutal beta test of my life's work. The irony isn't funny anymore. It's instructive. An idea, the first spark of my old self I've felt in days, begins to form in the back of my mind. What if the problem wasn't the connection itself, but the framework it was built on? The lie was the faulty code. I open a new document, the white page, a stark contrast to the darkness I've been living in. At the top of the page, I type a title, Nexus 2.0, the Authenticity Protocol. My fingers, which have felt clumsy and useless all week, begin to move across the keyboard. I'm not writing code, I'm writing ideas. What if an algorithm could verify more than just a picture? What if it could analyze conversation patterns, wit, empathy, voice verification, short, prompted audio clips to prove the person behind the screen is real? A system that rewards vulnerability and deprioritizes cliches and stock phrases. I am taking the wreckage of my own heart and using it for parts. I'm channeling the pain, the betrayal, the one beautiful real thing that was buried under all the lies, and I'm turning it into something new. Something stronger, something that no one can ever fake again. The anger is still there, a low, burning ember, but for the first time in days, it's not just fuel for my own self-destruction, it's fuel for my work. And as I type, a plan begins to form, not just for my app, but for myself. The reconstruction has begun.
Chapter 23. Liam. The address on my phone screen is a pulsing, terrifying beacon, a co-working space in DUMBO, her world. For 2 days, I've done nothing but stare at it, locked in a state of paralyzing fear. My conversation with Ethan shattered the lifelong dynamic between us, but it didn't absolve me of my sins. It just left me alone with them. I know I can't fix this with a text. A text is a coward's apology, and my entire relationship with Lexi has been one long, sustained act of cowardice. If I'm ever going to untangle myself from the man I've been, the shadow, the placeholder, it has to start with this. I have to face her, on her turf, with no screen to hide behind. I have to give her the truth, face to face, and let her do with it what she will. The subway ride to Brooklyn is a journey through the 9 circles of my own personal hell. With every stop, the anxiety in my chest tightens its grip. I'm rehearsing speeches, drafting apologies, but every word sounds hollow, pathetic. There are no words that can adequately contain the scope of my deception. I walked the last few blocks under the shadow of the Manhattan Bridge, the rumble of the trains overhead a perfect soundtrack to the chaos in my mind. I find the building, a renovated warehouse with huge industrial windows. It's trendy, it's creative, it's everything I'm not. This is where she builds her dreams. I'm the man who tried to burn them down. The inside is an open-plan cathedral of industry. People are scattered around, heads down, fingers flying across keyboards, a low hum of focused energy filling the space. I feel like a ghost, an intruder from another world. My suit and tie life has no place here. I walk up to the front desk, my heart hammering against my ribs. I'm here to see Lexi Harris, I say, my voice a strained whisper I barely recognize as my own. The receptionist, a young woman with pink hair and a nose ring, gives me a bored look. Is she expecting you? No, I admit. She sighs, a gust of bubblegum-scented air. She's at the back table by the window. Don't make me regret this. I thank her in turn, and then I see her. She's at a long communal table, her back to me. Her hair is piled on top of her head in that messy, perfect way I remember from the coffee shop. She's completely absorbed in her laptop, her posture a portrait of intense, unshakable focus. For a moment, I'm paralyzed. The urge to turn around, to flee back to the safety of my own miserable apartment, is overwhelming. But I think of her face in the lobby, the way the light in her eyes went out. I owe her this. I owe her the chance to hate me to my face. I force my feet to move, the 20 steps to her table feeling like the longest mile of my life. She doesn't notice me until I'm standing right beside her. I see her shoulders tense, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift, the way an animal senses a predator nearby. She slowly looks up. Her eyes meet mine, and there is nothing there. No anger, no sadness, no shock. Just a cold, hard, empty space. The warmth I felt from her across a bar, the vulnerability she showed me on a screen. It's all gone, replaced by a wall of glacial ice. What are you doing here? She asks. Her voice is flat, devoid of all inflection. My carefully rehearsed speeches vanish. All that's left is the raw, ugly truth. I know I have no right to be here. I start, my voice unsteady. And I know that the words, "I'm sorry," are useless. But I had to say them to your face. You deserve at least that. She just stares at me, her expression unreadable. Her silence is a challenge, a demand for something more than a simple apology. So I give it to her. I give her everything. I didn't do it to hurt you, I say, the words tumbling out, raw and unfiltered. I did it because I'm a coward. My entire life, I've been the guy in the background, the one who is reliable and safe and completely forgettable, the placeholder. And when your first message came through to Ethan's phone, it was alive. It was smart and funny, and it saw right through all the nonsense. And I was too terrified to be the person who answered it. So I hid. I take a shaky breath, forcing myself to hold her icy gaze. But the person you were talking to for the last month, Lexi, that was me. The sarcasm, the stupid jokes about cilantro, the feeling of being the prologue and not the main story. That was all my life, my truth. It was the most honest I have ever been with anyone. And I got so addicted to that feeling, to the feeling of you seeing me, that I couldn't stop. I was a drowning man, and you were my first breath of air, and I just kept taking more. Her expression doesn't change, but I see a flicker of something in her eyes, a crack in the ice. You were the first person, I say, my voice breaking. The first person who ever made me want to be seen, for who I am. And in the most twisted, pathetic irony imaginable, I did everything in my power to make sure you couldn't. I am so sorry, Lexi. Not just for the lie. Not just for the humiliation I caused you. I am sorry for the profound cowardice that created it. I've laid my entire pathetic soul bare on the table between us. I've given her all the pieces of my broken, foolish heart. I have nothing left. She is silent for a long moment, just watching me, her eyes searching my face. When she finally speaks, her voice is quiet, but each word is a perfectly sharpened knife. So I was an experiment, she asks. A test run for your real personality, your own personal beta test? No, I say immediately, shaking my head. The accusation is a fresh wound. No, you were a miracle, and I was a fool who didn't know what to do with one. The silence that follows is absolute. I've said everything. There is nothing more to say. I have no right to ask for forgiveness, no right to stand here in her space a moment longer. I've delivered the truth, as ugly as it is. That's all I can do. That's all I came to say, I whisper, my voice raw. I turn around and walk away, the feeling of her eyes on my back like a physical weight. I expect this to be it. The end. The last time I will ever see her face. I am halfway to the door, my own personal walk of shame, bracing myself for the cold, indifferent city outside. Liam. Her voice cuts through the air. It's the first time she's ever said my name to my face. It's not angry. It's not cold. It's quiet and tired, and full of a conflict she can no longer hide. I stop, my hand hovering over the glass door. I don't turn around. I can't. I just stand there, frozen, my entire future, my entire hope for a life outside the shadows, hanging on whatever words she says next.
Chapter 24. Lexi. His name hangs between us. Liam. It's the first time I've said it to his face. The sound of it is foreign, a name I only know as a curse. He's frozen, his hand on the door of the co-working space, his back to me. He doesn't turn, he just waits. A man on death row, waiting for the final verdict. I don't know why I said it. Every rational part of my brain, the part that built an entire company on logic and reason, is screaming at me to let him go. to let this pathetic, lying coward walk out of my life and never look back. But his confession, it wasn't an excuse. It was a vivisection of his own soul, and the parts he laid bare on that table were ugly and broken and disturbingly familiar. The ice inside me, the hard protective rage I've been clinging to for days, has begun to crack. Don't you dare just walk away, I say, my voice low and shaking with an emotion I can't name. It's not just anger anymore. It's something far more complicated. He turns around slowly. The look on his face is one of raw, unguarded agony. The guarded wit, the sarcastic armor, it's all gone. All that's left is the man he confessed to be, the placeholder, the shadow, the fool who didn't know what to do with a miracle. This is not the place, I say, my voice clipped. The eyes of half the startup hopefuls in Brooklyn are on us. I can feel their curious stares. Walk with me. It's not a request, it's a command. He just nods, a single jerky motion. We walk out into the bright, cold afternoon. The streets of DUMBO are crowded, but we move in our own bubble of tense, suffocating silence. I walk fast, fueled by a frantic, nervous energy, and he just keeps pace beside me, a silent, hulking ghost of guilt. I'm the one who breaks the silence, my voice sharp. The coffee shop, the day you sent that text about the iced latte. You were there, weren't you? He doesn't look at me. His eyes are fixed on the pavement in front of us. Yes, he says, his voice rough. So you watched me, I state, the words a fresh wave of violation. You sat there and you spied on me, and then you used it to make me think we had some kind of cosmic connection. Yes, he admits again, and the lack of any defense, any excuse, is infuriating. It was a monstrous thing to do. And the rest of it, I demand, stopping in the middle of the sidewalk, forcing him to face me. The placeholder story, the scar, the love for old music. Was any of that real? Or was it all just part of the character you were playing? It was all real, he says, his storm gray eyes finally meeting mine. They are filled with a desperate, pleading sincerity. The circumstances were a lie, Lexi. The name, the face. But what we talked about, that was the only real thing in my life. The person you were talking to was me. The real me. The real you is a liar, I practically shout, and a couple walking by gives us a wide berth. Do you have any idea what you did to me? This wasn't just a game. You didn't just lie to me. You humiliated me. I stood in a boardroom with your best friend, the man whose face I thought I was falling for, the man I kissed the night before, and I completely and utterly bombed the most important meeting of my life. My dream, the thing I have poured my entire soul into, is in jeopardy because you wanted to see what it felt like to be someone else for a month. The anger is back, hot and righteous, and it feels good. It feels safe. But he doesn't flinch. He just takes it, absorbing every word like a blow he knows he deserves. We reach my building and I don't know why, but I lead him inside. I don't know what I'm doing. I just know that this isn't over. I need more than a confession on a street corner. I need to understand. I need to make him see the full scope of the wreckage he's left behind. I unlock my apartment door and he follows me inside, his presence immediately sucking all the air out of the room. He stands awkwardly by the door as I pace in front of him. My sanctuary now a witness box. Why? I finally ask. The one question that's been tearing me apart. Why not just be yourself from the very beginning? Why the elaborate, cruel, insane lie? He looks at me, and his expression is so full of self-loathing that it momentarily silences my rage. Because I've never been enough on my own, he says, his voice cracking. I looked at your profile, at you, and you were this force, brilliant and funny and beautiful, and building an entire world from scratch. And I was just Liam, the sidekick, the guy in the background. And I didn't think just Liam stood a chance in hell with a woman like you. His raw, unvarnished honesty, the pathetic, heartbreaking truth of his own insecurity, is the thing that finally shatters my armor. The rage, the hurt, the confusion, and the infuriating, undeniable physical pull I still feel toward him. It all crashes together in a volatile, uncontrollable wave. There are no words left. There is only this. I close the distance between us in 3 long strides. My hands come up and I shove him, hard, against the closed apartment door. I hate you, I say, my voice a choked whisper. The solid wall of his chest meets my palms. I hate you for what you did to me. And then I'm kissing him. It's not a kiss. It's a punishment. It's an attack. It's all my anger and hurt and betrayal poured into a single, desperate, brutal act. His lips are stiff with shock for a second, but then he groans, a low, wounded sound that says he knows he deserves this. And he's kissing me back with a desperation that matches my own. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixSavonRomance.com.
I look at him, at Liam, the real Liam, his face streaked with tears that I don't know are his or mine. His chest is rising and falling, his eyes full of a pain that mirrors my own. The physical chasm between us has been closed, but the emotional one feels wider than ever. We have torn down every lie between us, and now we are just 2 strangers, naked on the floor, surrounded by the ruins. And I have no idea what to do with the truth.
Chapter 25. Liam. I wake up on Lexi's couch to the gray, unforgiving light of a new day. For a single blissful second, I don't know where I am. And then it all comes crashing back. The confession, the fight, the raw, desperate collision of our bodies against her front door. An explosion that felt more like a demolition than a reconciliation. My body aches. I'm still in yesterday's clothes, which are rumpled and smell of her perfume and my own sweat. I sit up, my head pounding, a profound emotional hangover settling deep in my bones. I am in her apartment, her sanctuary, the space I have only ever been allowed into as a ghost. And now I am here, in the flesh, a trespasser who has overstayed his welcome. I look around. The room is a testament to her. There's a massive whiteboard on one wall, a beautiful, chaotic universe of flowcharts and code I don't understand. Stacks of books on design, programming, and biographies of powerful women are piled on every available surface. It's the home of a builder, a creator. It's the home of the woman I systematically dismantled. Then I see her. She's in the kitchen, her back to me, standing in front of the coffee maker. She's wearing a pair of soft-looking shorts and an old, faded t-shirt. Her movements are stiff, measured, and radiate a tension so palpable I can feel it from across the room. My first instinct is to flee. To grab my jacket, slip out the door, and disappear, leaving her to deal with the wreckage of what we did last night. It would be the easiest thing to do. It's what the old Liam, the placeholder, would have done. But I'm not him anymore, I can't be. She turns, holding 2 mugs of coffee. She doesn't look surprised to see me awake. She walks over and hands me one, her fingers brushing against mine. The contact is electric, a jolt of memory from last night that makes my entire body tense. She sits in the armchair across from me, pulling her knees to her chest, the mug cradled in her hands like a shield. Her face is bare, stripped of the makeup she wore for her pitch. I can see the faint, dark circles under her eyes. She looks exhausted. She looks beautiful. "I don't know what that was last night," she says, her voice low and raspy. She doesn't meet my eyes, her gaze fixed on the steam rising from her mug. But it didn't fix anything. The words are a quiet, brutal confirmation of what I already know. What happened between us wasn't a romantic breakthrough. It was a fever breaking, an exorcism. "I know," I say, my own voice a rough whisper. "It wasn't supposed to. I don't expect you to forgive me, Lexi. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself." "Good," she says, the words sharp. "You shouldn't." She finally looks at me, and her eyes are full of a weary, bottomless pain. The man I was connecting with, the one who understood what it meant to feel like a prologue. I keep waiting for him to be a lie, but you sit there and you say things he would say. And the man who blew up my life and let me humiliate myself in the most important meeting of my career. That's also you. And I don't know how to hold both of those things in my head at the same time. Her honesty is a gut punch. She has perfectly articulated the paradox I've been living in. I am both the man she fell for and the man who betrayed her. We are both trapped in the wreckage of what I've done. I know this is my cue to leave. To thank her for the coffee, for not calling the police, and to walk out of her life for good. It is the decent thing to do. I place my mug on the floor and start to stand up. "I should go," I say. And then I stop. Because leaving is what the placeholder does. Leaving is what the shadow does. The man I was in our texts, the man I want to be, wouldn't just walk away. He would fight. He would risk. I sink back down onto the couch, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I know it's not my place to ask you for anything," I start, the words feeling clumsy and inadequate. "Not for a second chance, not for forgiveness, not for any of it. But the person you got to know on the phone, the one you just talked about, that was me. That was the real me, Lexi, without a lifetime of fear getting in the way. And he's real. I'm real." I lean forward, my hands clasped between my knees, forcing myself to hold her gaze. "Let me show you that person," I plead, my voice raw with a desperation I can't hide. "Let me prove to you that he exists outside of a screen. No more hiding, no more nonsense, just us." I take a deep breath, preparing to lay my last final card on the table. "One date," I say, "as Liam and Lexi, from the very beginning. You can ask me anything you want. You can cross-examine me. You can depose me. You can tear me apart. I will answer every single question with the absolute truth. And at the end of the night, if you still want me to get lost, if you still think I'm a monster, I will walk away, and I will never, ever bother you again. I promise." The silence that follows is the most terrifying of my life. She just stares at me, her expression unreadable. I can see the war raging in her eyes, the anger and the hurt warring with the undeniable pull of the connection we had. I see her pride warring with her curiosity. I have handed her all the power, and I don't know what she will do with it. She is silent for a full minute, an eternity in which I live and die 1,000 times. Just when I'm sure she's going to tell me to go to hell, she gives a single, almost imperceptible nod. "One date," she says, her voice quiet but firm. The ice is back, a protective layer. "And Liam?" "Anything," I breathe, the relief so intense it's a physical pain. "The first lie you tell me," she says, her eyes locking with mine, hard and clear. "The first hint of nonsense, the first sign that you are anything less than 100% honest. It's over. For good. Do you understand?" "I understand," I say, my voice thick with emotion. I get up to leave, my body feeling strangely light. It's not forgiveness. It's not even a second chance. It's a stay of execution. a single, fragile opportunity to prove that I am more than the sum of my lies. I walked to the door, the same door where we fell apart just hours ago, and turned back to her. She's still watching me, her expression a complex tapestry of doubt and a tiny, fragile flicker of something else, something that might, one day, be hope. I walk out the door, closing it softly behind me. I'm standing in her hallway, alone, with the terrifying, exhilarating weight of a single date, a single chance to get it right, resting on my shoulders. I have no idea if I can do it, but for the first time since this all began, I know I have to try.
Chapter 26. Lexi. Getting ready for my real first date with Liam is one of the strangest, most conflicted experiences of my life. There is none of the fizzy, hopeful excitement that preceded my date with the man I thought was Ethan. That girl, the one who picked out an emerald dress and felt unstoppable, is gone. In her place is a woman who feels like a wary, battle-scarred soldier heading back to the front lines. My anxiety is a low, dissonant hum. I have a date with the man who made me feel more seen than anyone in my entire life, and also the man who orchestrated my most profound humiliation. How am I supposed to dress for that? I settle on what I think of as my emotional armor: dark jeans, a simple black top, and my favorite leather jacket. It's a look that says, I'm here, but I'm not trying too hard, and I can make a quick getaway if necessary. Agnes calls me for a pre-date briefing as I'm lacing up my boots. Okay, mission parameters, she says, her voice all business. You are not there to be charmed. You are there to gather intelligence. Ask the hard questions. Do not let him get away with a single vague nonsense answer. And if he says anything that sounds even remotely like an excuse, you invoke the best friend emergency protocol, and I will call you with a fabricated crisis that requires your immediate attention. Got it, I say, a small wry smile touching my lips. Operation. Nonsense detection is a go. I'm serious, Lex, she says, her voice softening. Be careful with your heart. It's still in the ICU. He suggested a walk along the Brooklyn Bridge promenade at sunset, followed by pizza. It's a classic, almost cliché New York date, but the simplicity feels intentional. It's public. It's casual. It feels honest. I see him waiting for me near the entrance to the park, and my guarded heart gives a stupid, traitorous lurch. He's not the confident man from our first date, nor the broken man from my apartment. He's just a guy. Standing awkwardly, his hands shoved in his pockets, looking out at the skyline. He looks nervous, and the sight of his vulnerability is disarming. Hey, I say, my voice more neutral than I feel. He turns, and a look of profound relief washes over his face, as if he wasn't sure I'd actually show up. Hey, he says, you came. I said I would, I reply, a hint of an edge in my tone. The first few minutes are excruciatingly awkward. We are two people who have shared our deepest secrets, who have been physically intimate in the most raw and desperate way, and we are now making stilted small talk about the weather. We are strangers who know everything about each other. We begin to walk, the glittering expanse of the Manhattan skyline laid out before us. The silence stretches, thick and heavy with all the things we aren't saying. I decide to take Agnes's advice. Rip the Band-Aid off. Let's start with an easy one, I say, my eyes fixed on the Statue of Liberty in the distance. When exactly did you buy the burner phone? He flinches, but he doesn't hesitate. The day after the confrontation in the lobby, he says, his voice quiet. After you blocked Ethan's number, I panicked. I couldn't stand the thought of not being able to talk to you. And the SIM card swap before that? The morning after we first started texting, he admits, the shame clear in his voice. Ethan left his phone at my place. I told myself I was just going to drop it at his office, but I didn't. I swapped them. It was a pathetic, impulsive thing to do. He's answering. No excuses, no justifications, just the ugly, unvarnished truth. We keep walking and I keep asking. Each question is a test, a small chip at the mountain of lies between us. The Chicago trip? A lie? I was in my apartment, staring at your invitation, completely panicking. The family emergency? The biggest lie of all, he says, his voice cracking. My nephew was fine. I was just a coward. There is no excuse for that one. We finally stop, leaning against the railing, the river flowing below us. I have to ask the hardest question, the one that has been haunting me. The pitch meeting, I said, my voice lowly. I need you to understand what that day was like for me. I walked in there feeling like I could conquer the world because of you, because of what happened between us the night before. And then I saw his face. Your lie didn't just embarrass me, Liam. It professionally, personally, and publicly humiliated me. You took my biggest opportunity and you turned it into my lowest moment. I finally look at him. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shame. He doesn't try to defend himself. He just nods, absorbing every word. I know, he whispers, his eyes filled with a regret so profound it's almost tangible. Watching you walk out of that lobby, it was the worst moment of my life, and I know my worst moment doesn't even begin to compare to yours. All I can say is that I am so sorry for the pain I caused you that day. It's unforgivable. His quiet, complete acceptance of his own monstrosity does something to the anger inside me. It doesn't erase it, but it lowers its volume. We get pizza, sitting at a small table in a loud, crowded, historic pizzeria. And for the first time, we talk about something other than the lie. We talk about music, and he tells me a long, sweet story about his father teaching him to appreciate jazz on an old turntable. I watch the genuine passion in his eyes as he talks, and I see him. Not the ghost, not the liar, but Liam. The man who is a little bit broken, a little bit of an old soul, and a lot more interesting than the golden boy he spent his life hiding behind. He walks me back to my building, the comfortable silence having returned. But this time it's not heavy. It's peaceful. We stop in front of my door, and the awkwardness from the beginning of the night comes rushing back. The air is thick with the memory of what happened here, the last time he stood in this spot. The physical chemistry is evident in a low, undeniable hum. Thank you for the pizza, I say, my voice carefully neutral, and for being honest tonight. Thank you for giving me the chance to be, he says. I offer him a small, hesitant smile. This is the moment where I should invite him in, or he should try to kiss me. But I can't. It's too soon. The foundation of trust we've begun to build is so fragile, a single misstep could shatter it. I need to hold on to my power, to the control I've just regained. Good night, Liam, I say, and I turn and walk into my building, not looking back. I close my apartment door behind me, leaning against it, my heart a confused, exhausted mess. The date was real. It was clumsy and painful and sweet, and more honest than any first date I have ever been on. A low heat smolders behind my ribs, a low, simmering ember. The hurt is still a tender bruise, but as I stand there in the silence of my own home, I have to admit there's something else too. A tiny, fragile seedling of something I'm not ready to put a name to. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out, my breath catching in my throat. It's a text, but it's not from the burner number. It's from a new number, one I don't recognize. For the record, I was terrified the entire night, but it was the best, most honest date of my life. Thank you for giving Liam a chance. His real number. His real name. The first message he has ever sent me that is 100% true from the very beginning. The ghost is gone. In his place is a real, flawed, complicated man. I stare at his name on my screen. The question that has been haunting me for weeks finally answered, but a new one takes its place. What on earth am I going to do with him?
Chapter 27. Liam. I stare at the text message on my phone, the one I received after the most terrifying and honest date of my life. Her words, a sharp, witty jab about cilantro and lies, are the most beautiful thing I have ever read. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't an invitation. But it wasn't a door slammed in my face either. It was a crack. A tiny, fragile sliver of an opening. For 2 days, I honor the silence. I don't text. I don't call. The hardest thing I've ever had to do is nothing. Every instinct in my body screams at me to reach out, to keep the momentum going, to prove myself. But the man I was before would have pushed. He would have centered his own need for absolution over her need for space. The man I'm trying to become knows how to wait. My phone buzzes on Tuesday morning as I'm getting ready for work. It's her. My heart stops. "Thank you for your honesty," the message reads. "I'm processing, but I could use a coffee tomorrow morning. My place, 8 a.m. Bring the good stuff. It's a test. I know it immediately. It's not a date. It's a task. Show up. Be on time. Prove you can follow a simple instruction. It's the first rung on a ladder I have to build from scratch, all the way back up to her." The next morning, I'm standing outside her apartment building at 7:55 a.m., a full 5 minutes early. In my hand is a cardboard tray holding 2 cups of coffee from a small, independent roaster in her neighborhood I found online, a place with ethically sourced beans and a minimalist aesthetic I knew she'd appreciate. This isn't a grand gesture. It's a quiet, deliberate act of paying attention. When she opens the door, she's already in work mode. Her hair is in a bun. She's wearing glasses, and she has the focused, intense look of a general going into battle. "You're on time," she says, her tone neutral as she takes the coffee from me. "I'm trying to make that my new brand," I reply, my attempt at a joke falling flat in the tense air between us. She takes a sip of the coffee, and her eyes widen almost imperceptibly. "This is from Groundwork," she says. "It's the good stuff." "I did my research," I say softly. She just nods, a small, unreadable expression on her face. I expect her to invite me in, but she doesn't. She just stands in the doorway, creating a physical barrier. "Thank you, Liam. I have a lot of work to do today." It's a dismissal, a gentle but firm one. The old me would have been crushed. The new me understands. This isn't about me. It's about her. "I know," I say. "Go build your empire, Lexi." I turn and walk away without another word, leaving her standing in the doorway. It's the hardest and easiest thing I've ever done. This becomes our new rhythm, a slow, careful, and excruciatingly tentative dance. I learn to speak a new language, the language of action. Words are cheap. I've proven that. So I stop using them to make promises. I start using my presence instead. A week later, she texts me late one night, the words a jumble of panicked code I don't understand. The old me would have sent a useless, placating text. "You're so smart, you'll figure it out." Instead, I type a question. "Do you want me to tell you it will be okay? Or do you want me to just listen while you vent for 10 minutes straight?" My phone rings a second later. I answer, and for 10 solid minutes, I just listen. I listen to her brilliant, beautiful mind work in real time, her voice a torrent of frustration and genius as she talks herself through a complex server problem. I don't offer a single piece of advice. I just make quiet, affirmative sounds, letting her know I'm still there. When she's done, there's a long pause. "Thank you," she says, her voice soft with exhaustion. I just needed to hear it out loud. "Anytime," I say, and I mean it. I am no longer the shadow. Stepping out from behind Ethan has been a painful, ongoing process. We've had a few stilted, awkward conversations. The old, easy camaraderie went into bubbles, replaced by a cautious distance. But in a way, it's more honest. He's starting to see me as a separate entity, not just an extension of himself. And I'm starting to realize that the life I was so afraid of living, the life of just Liam, is the only one I want. The launch of Nexus, her independent, self-funded launch, is a week away. I know she's under an insane amount of pressure. She tells me in a text that she's pulling an all-nighter at her co-working space, trying to squash one last bug. I don't ask if she needs anything. I just act. At 1 a.m, I walk into the quiet, fluorescent-lit space. She's at her usual table in the back, her face illuminated by the glow of her screen. She looks like a warrior, exhausted but undefeated. I walk up and place a paper bag and a fresh coffee on her desk. She looks up, startled, her eyes wide and bloodshot. "What are you doing here?" "You forget to eat when you're in the zone," I say simply, nodding at the bag. "It's the pad thai you like, with extra peanuts." She stares at me, then at the food, and for weeks I see a genuine crack in her armor. Her eyes well up, and she quickly looks away, blinking rapidly. "I didn't ask you to come," she says, her voice thick. "I know," I reply. I don't linger. I don't wait for a thank you. I just give her a small, tired smile. "Get some rest, Lexi." I walk out, leaving her with the food. Every step I take is a deliberate act of rewriting our history. I am not the man who watches from the shadows anymore. I am the man who shows up. I am the person who brings coffee. I am the individual who remembers the extra peanuts. I am earning her trust back, not with grand gestures or pretty words, but with the slow, steady, and undeniable currency of reliability. The night before her launch, my own nerves are a frantic, buzzing mess. I can only imagine how she feels. I type out a simple text. "Thinking of you. You're going to kill it tomorrow." Her reply is instantaneous. "I'm a wreck." My heart aches for her. I start to type out another message of encouragement, but before I can finish, a new text from her appears on my screen. "Can you come over?" I stare at the words. This is different. This is not a test. This is not a task. This is the first time, since that day in the lobby, that she has willingly, vulnerably, asked for me, for my presence. She's inviting me into her space, into her panic, on the eve of the most important day of her professional life. It's a terrifying, exhilarating act of trust. My fingers tremble as I type my reply. "On my way." I grab my keys, my heart pounding a frantic, hopeful rhythm. The man who is walking out of this apartment is not the same one who started this journey. He is not a shadow. He's not a placeholder. He's just Liam. For the very first time in his life, he's hoping that's enough.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 28. Lexi. The text message sits on my phone screen, a quiet, terrifying invitation. "Can you come over?" I sent it 10 minutes ago, and I've spent every second since in a state of escalating panic. It was a moment of weakness, a raw, unfiltered admission of need. The launch for Nexus is tomorrow. My entire professional future, every dollar I have, every late night I've ever poured into this dream, all of it comes down to tomorrow. And I am, as I admitted to him, a wreck. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, feels like a pressure cooker of my own anxiety. I'm pacing, my mind a chaotic slideshow of everything that could go wrong. The servers could crash, no one could show up, the press could call it a flop. I sent that text to Liam because the thought of facing this night alone was suddenly unbearable. Now I'm regretting it. What have I done? I've invited the man who is the source of my deepest trauma into my space on the eve of my greatest professional test. It's a terrible, reckless idea. The doorbell rings and my heart leaps into my throat. It's too late to take it back. I smooth down my sweatshirt, take a deep, shaky breath, and open the door. He's standing there, his expression a mixture of concern and a deep, soul-weary kindness. He's not empty-handed. In one arm, he's holding a brown paper grocery bag. "I figured you hadn't eaten," he murmurs in a low, comforting rumble. "Thought I'd cook, if that's okay." The simple, thoughtful gesture disarms me completely. It's not a grand romantic statement. It's an act of quiet, steady care. It's exactly what I need. "It's okay," I say, my voice softer than I expect. I step back and let him in. He walks into my kitchen as if he's been here 100 times. He starts unpacking the groceries. Fresh pasta, a container of cherry tomatoes, garlic, basil, a block of Parmesan cheese. He's invading my space, my kitchen, but it doesn't feel like an invasion. It feels right. I don't actually know how to cook many things," he admits, a faint blush creeping up his neck as he lines up the ingredients on my counter. "But I make a halfway decent tomato basil pasta. It's the one dish I perfected in college to try and convince girls I was a sophisticated adult." "And did it work?" I ask, leaning against the counter, a genuine smile touching my lips for the first time all day. "Absolutely not," he says, his crooked smile making the hidden dimple appear. But the pasta was always good. We fall into an easy, comfortable rhythm. I chop the garlic and basil while he gets the water boiling. He puts on one of his soulful jazz playlists, and the soft, melodic notes of a saxophone fill the quiet tension of my apartment. We don't talk about the launch. We don't talk about our complicated, messy past. We just cook. I watch him as he moves around my kitchen, his brow furrowed in concentration as he stirs the sauce. I see the man he is now, solid and real, and so incredibly present. The ghost from my phone is gone. The monster from the lobby is gone. In their place is this man, Liam, who remembers I forget to eat when I'm stressed and who knows how to be quiet with me when I'm overwhelmed. The foundation of trust we've been building over the last few weeks. One coffee, one honest conversation, one act of reliability at a time, suddenly feels solid. It feels safe. We eat sitting on my couch, the plates balanced on our laps. The pasta is delicious, and the ease between us feels earned. It feels like we've fought a long, bloody war and have finally found our way to this quiet, peaceful truce. What if no one shows up tomorrow? I ask. The question a quiet, vulnerable confession in the dim light of my living room. What if I put all of this out there, this thing I've built from nothing, and the world just doesn't care? He sets his plate aside and turns to face me, his expression serious, his gray eyes holding mine. They're going to show up, he says, his voice full of a conviction that momentarily silences my own doubt. But that's not the point. You didn't build Nexus for them, Lexi. You built it because you had a vision, because you knew there was a better, more authentic way for people to connect. He reaches out, his hand gently covering mine. His touch is warm and steady. You've already succeeded, he continues, his voice a low, intense murmur. You've built something that matters. You took the worst thing that ever happened to you, the worst thing that I did to you, and you turned it into your superpower. You created an authenticity protocol. That's revolutionary. You can't fail because you've already won. The world just needs a minute to catch up. I stare at him, at this man who has seen all of my broken pieces, who is responsible for so many of them, and yet who sees my strength more clearly than anyone. He's not just cheering from the sidelines. He's in the trenches with me. He sees the work. He sees me. And in the quiet, steady warmth of his gaze, I feel it. A feeling so profound, so terrifying, and so wonderfully, undeniably true. I love him. The realization doesn't crash over me. It settles, soft as a snowfall, a quiet, irrevocable truth in the center of my heart. The dinner is over. The plates are cleared, and we're just sitting on the couch, the silence between us no longer empty, but full of unspoken things. He reaches out, his fingers gently brushing a stray curl from my face. His touch is hesitant, questioning. I lean into his hand, a silent answer, an invitation. The warmth of his palm against my cheek is a grounding force, a promise I didn't know I was starving for. This time, I initiate it. I close the small space between us and press my lips to his. And this kiss is the antithesis of all the others, but it is no less potent. It starts slow and tender, a soft question. But the moment he responds, a deep groan rumbling in his chest, a fiery heat ignites between us. The kiss deepens, becoming a celebration of having found our way back to each other through the wreckage. He nips my bottom lip, a playful challenge, and I answer by sliding my tongue against his, a jolt of pure electricity shivering down my spine. He deepens the kiss further, his hands sliding from my cheek to the back of my neck, his fingers tangling in my hair. There is no frantic need, but there is an undeniable urgency, a joyous hunger. He breaks the kiss only to lift me into his arms, my legs wrapping around his waist as if they've done it 1,000 times. "My turn to lead," he murmurs against my lips, carrying me from the living room down the short hallway to my bedroom. Every step is a conscious choice, an act of complete and total trust that feels exhilarating and new. In the soft glow of my bedside lamp, he sets me down and we undress each other. It's not slow this time. It's a game, a delicious, teasing battle. I go for his shirt buttons, but he catches my hands, bringing them to his lips to kiss my knuckles before pressing them flat against the wall on either side of my head. "Patience, Lexi," he breathes, his voice a low, wicked purr. He begins to unbutton my blouse himself, his movements agonizingly slow. His eyes watch mine as each button gives way, his gaze as hot as a physical touch. Instead of removing the shirt, he pushes the fabric aside, his mouth finding the sensitive skin of my collarbone. A gasp tears from my throat as his tongue traces a hot, wet path down toward the swell of my breast. "Liam," I breathe, the name a shaky plea. "I've dreamed of this," he whispers against my skin. "Of tasting you. Of hearing you say my name when I'm touching you." My own hands, now freed, go to his belt buckle. I unfasten it with a sharp click, and my fingers slide beneath the waistband of his jeans, closing around the thick, hard length of him, through the fabric of his boxers. He lets out a sharp hiss, his body going rigid. "Two can play at this game," I whisper. I feel him pulse in my hand, a hot, solid promise of what's to come. The game dissolves into a mutually urgent need. Clothes are discarded in a heap on the floor until we stand before each other, naked in the soft light. "You are so beautiful," he whispers, his voice thick with awe as his eyes roam over me. "Let me see you," I whisper back, my hand coming up to trace the faint silvery line of the scar on his chin. The real you, all of you. He leads me to the bed, and this time, we don't just lie there. He pushes me back against the pillows, his body covering mine, and begins a full-body exploration. Every kiss sends a new shiver down my spine. His mouth on my neck, his teeth gently grazing my earlobe, his tongue tracing patterns on my stomach. His arm is a warm, heavy weight around me. My head is on his chest, and I can feel the frantic, steady beat of his heart under my ear as it slowly returns to normal. The air is still and peaceful.
Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at BWWM.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VIXAVonRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount.
The frantic anxiety about tomorrow is gone, replaced by a profound sense of calm. I feel safe. I feel solid. I feel cherished. "What are you thinking about?" he asks, his voice a low rumble against my ear, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my bare shoulder. I tilt my head back to look at him, at this man who is so much more than I ever could have imagined. This beautiful, flawed, real man lying in my bed. The man who showed up. The love I feel for him is a quiet, steady flame in my chest. A small, confident smile touches my lips. "I'm thinking," I say, my voice clear and sure, "that I'm ready." Chapter 29. Lexi. The Nexus launch party is a roaring, beautiful, terrifying success. The venue, a converted warehouse in DUMBO with soaring ceilings and a view of the Manhattan Bridge, is packed. The air is thick with the buzz of 100 conversations, the clinking of glasses, and the thrum of a curated playlist I spent a week perfecting. My company logo is projected in a soft, welcoming glow on the exposed brick walls. It's everything I ever dreamed of. And I am so terrified I think I might actually vibrate into a different dimension. I'm playing the part of the calm, confident founder, a role I feel I was born for, and a complete and total fraud at, all at once. I move through the crowd, a fixed, bright smile on my face. I shake hands with tech journalists whose columns I've been reading for years. I hug friends and family who have supported this insane dream from the very beginning. I pose for photos with Agnes, who is glowing with a ferocious, protective pride, her hand a steady presence on my back. And through it all, I am acutely aware of him. Liam is here. We talked about it for hours, deciding how to handle tonight. This is my moment, my victory, my name on the marquee. He insisted on not being my date, not in the traditional sense. He didn't want to be a distraction, to have his presence pull focus from mine. He is not here as my +1. He is here as my foundation. He stands near the back of the room, nursing a beer, a quiet, steady anchor in a sea of chaos. He's not talking to many people, just observing, his gaze calm and watchful. Every time I feel a wave of panic rising, I find his eyes across the room. He gives me a small, almost imperceptible nod, a silent message that says, "I'm here. You've got this." And every time, my racing heart slows its frantic rhythm. 5 minutes, Lexi," Agnes whispers in my ear, squeezing my arm. Time for the main event. The main event. The speech. The moment I'm supposed to stand up in front of all these people, my supporters, my critics, the investors who said no, the journalists who could make or break me, and be the brilliant visionary leader they all expect me to be. My heart kicks into a frantic double time. Agnes leads me toward the small stage at the front of the room. As I walk, 100 faces turn toward me. I see a blogger from TechCrunch. I see a writer from Wired. I see the faces of my parents, their eyes shining with a pride that makes my throat tighten. The weight of it all, of their hopes and my own, settles on my shoulders like a physical thing. I'm introduced with a round of applause that sounds like a roaring in my ears. I walk up the 3 short steps to the podium, my legs feeling strangely disconnected from my body. I arrange my note cards, my hands slick with a cold sweat. I place my phone on the podium, its screen set to a timer. The house lights dim. A single hot, blinding spotlight hits me, and the world goes silent. The buzzing, chaotic energy of the room vanishes, sucked into a vacuum. All that's left is me, this microphone, and a sea of expectant, anonymous faces. They are all looking at me, waiting, judging, and my mind goes completely, utterly blank. The speech, the one I've rehearsed 1,000 times, the one I know better than my own name, evaporates. All the words, all the carefully crafted sentences are just gone. In their place, a chorus of old familiar voices begins to whisper in the back of my mind. "A cute little project, Lex." Daniel's condescending smirk flashes behind my eyes. "You're a diversity project that could actually have a huge upside for us." Mark Finley's smug, dismissive tone. "We'll be in touch." The bored, uninterested faces of the partners at North Star Ventures. The whispers grow louder, becoming a deafening roar. "Fraud. Imposter. You don't belong here. You got lucky. You're just a box to check." My heart is a wild bird, beating itself bloody against the cage of my ribs. The air is too thick to breathe. I can feel the silence in the room stretching, growing heavy and awkward. I open my mouth, but no sound comes out. My throat has closed up. I grip the sides of the podium, my knuckles turning white, just to keep myself from collapsing. I am frozen, trapped in a spotlight of my own making, my own worst fears realized and broadcast for the entire world to see. Just as the panic is about to consume me completely, I feel a faint vibration against my hand. My phone, on the podium. I glance down, my vision blurry, my mind struggling to focus on the screen. A new text message. From Liam. My thumb, acting on a desperate last-ditch instinct, swipes to open it. I squint, forcing the glowing words into focus. They're not looking at a diversity project. They're not looking at an app. They're looking at a founder, the one who built a ladder, the one who sees through the nonsense. My favorite one. The words are a lifeline. They are our history, our language, our truth. He has taken every one of my demons and slayed them with a single sentence. The phrase "my favorite one" lands in my heart with a quiet, powerful resonance. And then I see the last line. "Now take a deep breath, counselor, and tell them your story." Liam. He signed his name. A simple, profound declaration. He is not a ghost. He is not a secret. He is Liam. Present. Real. Unhidden. The air rushes back into my lungs, a deep, shuddering gasp. The roaring in my ears subsides. The panic recedes, washed away by the steady, unwavering force of his belief in me. I lift my head and my eyes scan the crowd, past all the anonymous faces, searching until I find him. He's standing near the back, exactly where he was before. He hasn't moved. He's just watching me, his expression full of a fierce, unwavering faith that I suddenly realize is stronger than my own fear. He gives me a single slow nod, and I smile. A real, watery, grateful smile. I lean into the microphone, the metal cool against my lips. "Sorry about that," I say, my voice miraculously clear and steady. A few nervous laughs ripple through the crowd. I was just getting a text from someone who seems to know me better than I know myself. I look down at my perfectly prepared note cards, at the safe, corporate, boring speech I was about to give, and I push them aside. I look back up at the crowd, at all the expectant faces, and I decide to take his advice. I tell them my story, the real one. I started building Nexus because I was tired of the lies. I began, my voice ringing with a new, hard-won confidence. I was tired of a digital world that encourages us to be polished, perfect, filtered versions of ourselves. I was tired of feeling like I had to hide the messy, complicated, real parts of me to be considered worthy of a connection. I speak from the heart. I talk about the failures, the rejections, the feeling of being an outsider. I talk about wanting to build a ladder. I talk about my belief in the power of authenticity. The words flow easy and true because they are mine. When I finish, the room erupts in a wave of thunderous applause. The relief, the triumph, it's so overwhelming it almost brings me to my knees. People are surging toward the stage, their faces alight with congratulations and excitement. Agnes is the first to reach me, throwing her arms around me in a fierce sobbing hug. But over her shoulder, my eyes find his. Liam hasn't moved. He's still standing at the back of the room, a small, genuine smile on his face. The chaotic, joyful crowd fades away. The noise, the lights, the congratulations, it all disappears. In this moment, in this crowded room, there is only him. He is not in the spotlight, but he is the source of all my light. And in the quiet, steady pride in his eyes, I don't just see my victory. I see our future. I'm not afraid of it at all.
Chapter 30. Liam. I stand near the back of the crowded room, a ghost at the feast, and I've never been happier in my entire life. The launch party for Nexus is a living, breathing thing, a testament to the force of nature that is Lexi Harris. The space is electric, filled with the triumphant buzz of her victory. And I am content, for the first time, to be a part of the background, a silent observer of her ascent. My role tonight is simple: to be her anchor. We talked about it last night, tangled in the sheets of her bed, the world quiet and calm before the beautiful chaos of today. Tonight is not about us. It is about her. My only job is to be a steady presence in the corner of her eye, a quiet reminder that she is not alone. It's a role I was born to play, but for the first time it doesn't feel like a consolation prize. It feels like a privilege. I watch her move through the room, a vision in an emerald green dress that makes my breath catch. She is radiant, greeting tech journalists with a poise that seems effortless, laughing with her friends, her entire being lit from within. I see the professional smile, the confident posture, but because I know her, because I've been allowed into the secret, vulnerable spaces of her heart, I can also see the faint tremor in her hand as she accepts a glass of champagne. I see the flicker of anxiety in her eyes as she scans the crowd, and my love for her, a fierce, protective thing, swells in my chest. When it's time for her speech, I find a spot against the back wall, a clear vantage point where I can see her without being in her direct line of sight. I watch as she gracefully navigates the crowd and ascends the 3 small steps to the stage. She looks like a queen taking her throne. My pride is a tight, aching knot in my throat. The spotlight hits her. The room falls silent, and I see it happen. I see the change in her posture, the subtle stiffening of her shoulders. I see the confident smile falter, the light in her eyes dimming. I see her hands grip the sides of the podium, her knuckles turning white. I know that look. I know that fear. I've lived with a version of it my entire life, but seeing it on her, on this brilliant, powerful woman, is an agony unlike any I have ever known. She's frozen. The silence in the room stretches, becoming thick and uncomfortable. I can feel the collective energy of the crowd shift from anticipation to confusion, then to pity. And I know, with a sickening certainty, which voices are screaming in her head right now. I can almost hear them myself, the condescending ghost of her ex, the smug dismissal of investors, the weight of being a black woman in a room full of people who have never had to question their right to be there. All her demons have chosen this exact moment to come for her. My entire body tenses. Every instinct screams at me to do something, to run up there, to shield her. But I am trapped here, 100 feet away, powerless. The feeling of helplessness is suffocating. I can't save her. But maybe I can reach her. My hand dives into my pocket, fumbling for my phone. My real phone. My hands are shaking so badly I almost drop it. I pull up our message thread, the one that started with a single honest date and has become my most prized possession. My mind is racing. What do I say? What are the words that can cut through her panic? My thumbs hover over the keyboard. I close my eyes for a second and I picture her. Not the terrified woman on the stage, but the woman I know. The one who confessed the real story of her tattoo. The one who wants to build ladders. The one who called me out on my nonsense and then, miraculously, gave me a second chance. I know what she needs to hear. She needs to hear her own strength, her own story, reflected back at her. My thumbs fly across the screen, my words a desperate, focused prayer. I name her demons, one by one so that she can slay them. They're not looking at a diversity project. They're not looking at an app. They're looking at a founder, the one who built a ladder, the one who sees through the nonsense. My favorite one. The words sit there glowing on my screen. It's the truth of how I see her. I add the final piece, the one that belongs only to us. Now take a deep breath, counselor, and tell them your story. My thumb stills a millimeter from the glass. The old Liam, the shadow, would send it anonymously. He would offer support from the safety of the dark. But that man is gone. I'm not a ghost in her life anymore. I am here, present. I am real. In a final, definitive act of stepping out of the shadows for good, I type my name. Liam. I hit send. I look up, my heart in my throat, and I watch. I see her flinch as her phone buzzes on the podium. I see her glance down, her expression dazed and lost. I see her eyes focus, scanning the words. And I see the exact moment the message lands. It's like watching a pilot reignite a stalled engine in midair. A shudder goes through her entire body. The tension in her shoulders releases. She takes a deep, ragged breath, the air rushing back into her lungs. Her head lifts. Her eyes, now watery but shining with a renewed, ferocious light, scan the crowd. They pass over faces, searching, until they find mine. The connection is instantaneous, a silent, powerful current that flows between us, cutting straight through the noise and the 100 bodies that separate us. In her eyes, I see it all. The shock, the gratitude, the love. I give her a single, slow nod, a confirmation. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. A beautiful, watery, triumphant smile breaks across her face. She turns back to the microphone, pushes her note cards aside, and begins to speak. Her voice is clear and strong, ringing with a passion and vulnerability that silences the entire room. She's not giving a speech. She's giving a testimony. She is telling them her story. Our story. I listen to her, and my own eyes fill with tears. The pride I feel is so immense, so overwhelming, it threatens to break me open. This is the woman I love, this brilliant, resilient, magnificent creator. She finishes and the room explodes in thunderous, sustained applause. It's a wave of sound, of validation, of pure victory. I watch as the crowd surges toward her, as her best friend throws her arms around her as people reach out to shake her hand. I don't move. I stay at the back of the room, giving her the space to own this moment. This is her triumph. She didn't need me to save her. She just needed someone to remind her that she could save herself. Through the chaos, her eyes find mine again. The crowd, the noise, the celebration. It all fades to a distant blur. There is only her face alight with a joy so pure it takes my breath away. And there is me, the man who is no longer standing in the shadows, but is instead lucky enough to stand in her light. She smiles, a silent promise that this is not the end. This is the beginning. And as I smile back, I am finally, truly, exactly where I am supposed to be.
Epilogue. Lexi. 6 months later. The first piece of furniture we set up in our new apartment is the mattress. It's sitting in the middle of our bedroom floor, a plush white island in a sea of brown cardboard boxes. Outside the massive loft windows, the sun is setting over the Brooklyn Bridge, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The view is obscene. The apartment is obscene. My entire life at this moment feels beautifully, wonderfully obscene. According to the instructions, I say, tapping a cryptic Swedish diagram with my finger, this bolt, which looks suspiciously like all the other bolts, is supposed to connect flange A to support beam C. Liam is on the floor, halfway inside the skeletal frame of what will eventually be our bookshelf. His brow furrowed in a concentration so intense it's comical. He's covered in a light sheen of sweat, and there's a smudge of dust on his cheek. He has never looked more handsome. "There is no flange A," he says, his voice echoing from inside the wooden frame. I am convinced flange A is a myth, a legend whispered among IKEA employees to torture the common man. This is my life now. I live inside a Billy bookshelf. I laugh, a real, easy sound that bounces off the high ceilings. That's what you get for making fun of my assembly diagrams. Your diagrams weren't diagrams, he grunts, wiggling his way out of the bookshelf and onto his feet. They were a color-coded, multi-phase, cross-reference battle plan. I was expecting a PowerPoint presentation to follow. And we would have been done an hour ago, I tease, walking over and wiping the smudge of dust from his cheek with my thumb. He catches my hand, his calloused palm warm and familiar against mine, and brings my fingers to his lips for a soft kiss. The simple domestic intimacy of it still makes my heart skip a beat. 6 months. It feels like a lifetime and no time at all. 6 months since the Nexus launch party, a night that changed everything. My app, my little company that could, is no longer so little. We're a rising star in the tech world, praised for our authenticity protocol and our commitment to building a more honest digital space. I am, to my own unending shock, a celebrated new voice in the industry. The woman who once felt like a diversity project is now the one writing the checks. Okay, break time, I declare. The bookshelf can wait. I'm ordering pizza. Thank God, he says, collapsing onto our mattress island. I was about to use one of these Allen wrenches to end my own suffering. I sit beside him, leaning my back against his solid chest as I pull up the pizza place on my phone. His arms wrap around me from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. He nudges my phone with his chin, just making sure that's a food delivery app and not a competitor app. Wouldn't want you doing any more unsupervised market research. I laugh, tilting my head back to kiss his jaw. Please, I'm retired from the game. My own app works a little too well. Good, he rumbled against my ear, because my heart can't handle the thought of you sending any more witty, profile-destroying opening lines to other unsuspecting lawyers. It was a great line, I say, feigning indignation. It was terrifying, he counters, and perfect. He's quiet for a moment. Can you believe that's how we started? With a lie, a wrong number, and a sarcastic text message. It's insane. I agree, my voice soft. I think about the chaotic, painful, winding road that led us here, to this mattress on the floor in this beautiful apartment. The rage, the betrayal, the cautious, fragile rebuilding of trust. It wasn't a fairy tale. It was a war, and we both have the scars to prove it. But we survived. We won. You know, he says, his fingers tracing my wrist. For the longest time, I wasn't sure we'd make it. After everything, I was so sure I had lost you for good. I turn in his arms to face him, my hand coming up to cup his cheek. I look into his storm gray eyes that I now know are not just guarded, but deep and soulful, and full of a love so steady it has become my anchor. I was a mess, Liam, I admit. But you didn't try to fix me. You just showed up, with coffee, with pad thai, with silence when I needed it. You let me be angry, and you let me be hurt, and you just stayed. You earned this. I'm going to spend the rest of my life earning this, he says, his voice thick with an emotion that makes my own eyes well up. The pizza arrives, and we eat it straight from the box, sitting cross-legged on the mattress, drinking beer from the bottle. The sun has completely set, and the city is a glittering tapestry of light outside our window. He puts on a jazz record, on a small portable player he insisted on unpacking first, and the soft melodic notes of a piano fill the room. The easy silence that settles between us is a testament to how far we've come. It's the silence of two people who know each other completely, who have seen the worst of each other, and have chosen to love each other anyway. When the pizza is gone, he takes the box and sets it aside. He turns to me, his eyes dark and full of a look so tender it makes my breath catch. The last cardboard box thuds onto the floor. I look around our new apartment, a beautiful, chaotic space waiting for us to fill it with life. Liam comes up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist and resting his chin on my shoulder. He presses a kiss to my temple. You know what they say you're supposed to do first in a new home, he whispers, his voice a low, suggestive rumble that sends a shiver straight to my core. I think I have an idea, I whisper back, turning in his arms. My heart begins to beat a heavy, frantic rhythm, not of love, but of pure, unadulterated lust. He leans in and kisses me. It starts slow and deep, a kiss that tastes of beer and tomato sauce and the promise of our future. But then a switch flips. A low growl escapes his throat, and the kiss turns hungry, possessive. His tongue plunges into my mouth, a dominant claiming, and my fingers fist in his shirt. This isn't just a celebration, it's a conquest. He breaks the kiss, his eyes dark and molten with a familiar, wicked heat. The mattress can wait, he said in a raw rasp. He takes my hand, his grip firm, and pulls me not toward the makeshift bed in the living room, but toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window that overlooks the glittering city. Liam, what are you doing? I breathe, a thrill of something wild and forbidden sparking in my veins. Claiming our territory, he says, his voice dropping lower, filthier. I'm going to screw you where the whole city can see you. I want them to know you're mine. He presses me forward until my front is flush against the cool, smooth glass of the window. I gasp at the sensation, the slight chill of the pain against my heated skin. He pins me there with the weight of his body, his hands flat on the glass on either side of my head, caging me in. Below us, the city is a sprawling galaxy of lights, and I feel impossibly exposed, impossibly turned on. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
He traces a lazy circle on the fogged-up glass where my handprint was. Happy, counselor? He asks, his voice a soft, wrecked rumble in the quiet of the room. I think about this man, this wonderful, flawed, perfectly real man who just screwed me against the window of our new home. The man who saw me, who fought for me, and who finally learned how to be seen himself. A slow, sure, utterly debauched smile spreads across my face. More than you know, I say, my voice hoarse. I close my eyes, listening to the sound of his ragged breathing, the soft jazz still playing from the record player, and the distant familiar sounds of the city. It all started with the wrong number, but somehow, after all the chaos and the heartbreak, it led me here. And without a doubt, it settles deep in my soul that our story is just beginning.